and the intriguing topics they'll present. Get inspired and informed as we embark on this journey together. Let this symposium be a beacon shaping the future of healthcare before our very eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Bara Al-Gharayani, Vice Dean of Medicine and Chair of Family and Community Medicine at Al Faisal University.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and esteemed participants, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. A very warm welcome to the Women's Data Science WIDS conference hosted here at Al Faisal University in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. It is an honor to stand before you today as we embark on a transformative journey dedicated to women's empowerment and leadership in the field of data science. We gather here today in alignment with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia Vision 2030, a visionary plan built upon the three pillars of a vibrant society, a thriving economy, and an ambitious nation. The WIDS event reflects the essence of this vision by empowering women, equipping them with the knowledge and skills, and creating a platform specifically tailored to women leaders in data science. We firmly believe that empowering women in this rapidly evolving field not only contributes to the development of our nation, but also paves the way for a brighter and more inclusive future. The significance of this conference lies in the ability to elevate women in data science by providing inspiration, education, community, and support. Today, we come together to celebrate the remarkable achievements of women in this field and to acknowledge the immense potential they hold in reshaping our world through data-driven insights. WIDS' immediate mission, known as 30 by 30, calls for achieving the critical threshold of 30% representation of women at all levels in data science, education, innovation, and leadership by 2030. By inspiring, enabling, elevating, and collaborating, WIDS aims to change the field of data science globally. This mission aligns perfectly with our shared goal of achieving a future where women are fully integrated and represented in all areas of data science, sharing equally in decision-making, economic prosperity, and opportunities. It is particularly pertinent for this year WIDS theme to shed light on the growing synergy between data science and health. AI-enabled tools could revolutionize healthcare and improve patient outcomes. They have the potential to reduce healthcare costs and increase access to care. Healthcare professionals should be educated on the use of AI, its risks, and its benefits. They must understand how to apply it ethically and responsibly. Moreover, AI should be used to supplement rather than replace healthcare professionals. AI should be used to support decision-making and create predictive models to improve healthcare outcomes. Therefore, it is essential to have a better understanding of the implications of AI in healthcare. To this end, it is visionary to bring together experts from the field of medicine, health, and AI. These experts can exchange ideas and help develop a better understanding of AI's potential in healthcare. This year's conference is a great opportunity to do just that. Throughout the day, we have an impressive lineup of speakers, including CEOs, representatives from the Ministry of Health, SADAYA, CACS, and other distinguished professionals in the field. These individuals bring a wealth of knowledge and expertise that all inspire and enlighten us all. I would like to emphasize the importance of our CME jobs hosted by College of Engineering and sponsored by the College of Medicine at Al Faisal University. Workshops provide a unique for collaborations that aim to enhance skills and knowledge in data science. As you commence this conference, I encourage you to actively participate, engage with one another, and embrace the power of collaboration. Let us seize the moment to build lasting connections, inspire one another, and collectively shape the future of data science. Before I conclude, I would like to extend my gratitude to Riyadh WIDS ambassadors, our partners and sponsors, namely MCIT, Health Holding Company, College of Engineering, College of Medicine, and Digital العطاء, whose support and commitment have made this event possible. Our united efforts are fostering an environment in which women can thrive and lead in the field of data science, contributing to the advancement of our society and the realization of Vision 2030, the vision of our beloved kingdom. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to all of you. May this Women in Data Science conference be a transformative experience, empowering women to become leaders in the field and making significant contribution to the advancement of data science as a nation. Thank you, and please enjoy the conference.
Hello, my name is Flora Huang, and I'm from Philadelphia, USA. Hello, we are Women in Data Science.
I became a WIDS ambassador because I dream of an equitable world where empowered women help humanity make better decisions through data science.
As a woman, I'm hoping more Peruvian women will be motivated to join this exciting field.
The WIDS community has really enhanced my sense of purpose in these life goals, and it has really built my confidence in such a meaningful way to be able to mentor, motivate, and support others.
The most rewarding and impactful aspect about my work as a clinical data scientist is to use the data generated by doctors, nurses, and the healthcare system to improve the care of future patients.
I'm delighted to bring this event to Pakistan, along with so many WIDS ambassadors worldwide, so that we can inspire all young girls or women to take up career in data science.
The use of data science to address climate change and sustainability issues continues to inspire me in my data science journey.
Through WIDS Alexandria, I've got the chance to meet with brilliant female professors, learn about the research, and bring that to my community as well.
I'm a WIDS ambassador because I wanted to inspire more young girls like me to join the field of data science, and I believe that in the future there must be more women in this field.
I'm really excited to continue bringing WIDS events to my school and schools across Australia to empower girls to get involved in the field.
It's great that we've got Women in Data Science events, and know that there's so many more inspiring stories as part of the Women in Data Science journey.
Hi, I'm Carolyn Bertozzi, and I am a chemist who works in the area of drug discovery. I've had many opportunities in my life to collaborate with data scientists. They've been absolutely central to the work that we do. We couldn't have made the discoveries that we've made without having people to analyze very large data sets and to help us find hidden trends within them. Now, when I was growing up, I was somewhat insulated from the idea that women or girls couldn't be scientists because I came from a family of scientists. And when I was in college, I learned that not everyone had that privilege. I hope that all of you women data scientists or aspiring data scientists will truly feel that you belong in the field, because I believe it, and your participation is absolutely essential for us to bring the full benefits of data science to solve the big problems in humanity. So just as I was so fortunate to have a family that created an environment where I could believe in myself as a scientist, I'm hoping that you all have the confidence to pursue your dreams and that you help the generation that follows you in the same way that hopefully someone of my generation can be of help to you. Good luck with all of your work.
I would like to introduce Dr. Noor Saadoun, the Director of Biotech Incubator and Health Innovation Center at Al Faisal University.
Thank you, Leila. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed colleagues, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome to this first joint effort of Women in Data Science Forum, hosted not by one, but two colleges, College of Engineering and College of Medicine, here at Al Faisal. Today, We gather with a sense of excitement and enthusiasm as we embark on the groundbreaking journey exploring the intersection and application of AI in healthcare. I am honored to be standing before you as a young Saudi female in the field and also as an ambassador of Women in Data Science, Riyadh. It is such a privilege to witness this remarkable gathering made here in Saudi Arabia by possibly and the dedication of tireless efforts and numerous individuals. So first of all, I would like to ask and thank Dr. Aridul Wadil. She is the Dark Knight, the leader, Jind al-Majhul behind this, the Vice Dean of College of Engineering, and also one of the very first women in data science here at Al Faisal. Her exceptional efforts in shedding the light on the growing community of women data scientists, providing them with a platform that they need to excel, is remarkable. It is through the empowerment of individuals like her that we can truly harness the Vision 2030 and also the objectives and transformative power of data and AI. So thank you, Dr. Arij, for your unwavering dedication and inspiring leadership. I also would like to thank Dr. Khulud Al-Khatib, who's also a WIDS ambassador from القابضة الصحة القابضة, and Engineer Safiya Dawood, who's also an engineer here at College of Engineering. Organization licensed by Stanford University and originated in Stanford University back in 2015. So back then, Stanford University, which is the Stanford Institute of Computational Mathematician Engineer College. 2023, the number has increased, but today is exceptional. Today, our vision has extended beyond the boundaries of professions, organizations, and backgrounds. So today, this interdisciplinary forum is a testimonial that our shared commitment to create a large platform is actually amazing here by data scientists in Saudi Arabia. So by fostering collaboration and knowledge exchange, we aim to establish a dynamic ecosystem that would propel the field forward, unlocking new discoveries and applications of AI in the health sector. So I sincerely hope that this day will be a remarkable milestone for all of us, paving the way for future collaboration, breakthroughs, and discoveries in Saudi. So thank you once again, whether online or in person, for gracing us with your presence. And I wish you a fruitful, inspiring experience at Women Data Science Riyadh 2023. Thank you.
We'll begin our symposium with Dr. Bara Al-Ghalayini, Vice Dean of Medicine and Chair of Family and Community Medicine at Al Faisal University. Her talk, Deep Medicine on Patient-Centered Family Medicine, explores the transformative impact of artificial intelligence en route advancing primary healthcare. Get ready for valuable insights on the potential of AI in healthcare during this engaging session.
Can you slideshow, please? And then no, it's this one. Okay. Okay. I can use the slideshow, right? Yes. Okay, thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. For my talk today, I will be basically asking the question, is artificial intelligence the facelift for primary healthcare? And just for waiting for more people to trickle in and as an icebreaker, can I kindly ask you to scan this barcode? This will take you to Mentimeter. If you can answer the question on the right side, choose a metaphor that best reflects the relationship between AI and healthcare system. So which best metaphor describe the relationship? Is this place is a zoo, you are the apple of my eye, or a road to unknown? And we'll get to know the answers. So I see a lot of more into being a bit of chaotic. Okay, good. Some more supportive responses. Some uncertainty at the end. Okay, so is that okay? So just to give a sense of what people think in the room around AI and primary healthcare, we have like a sort of a fair distribution among all of the three. And this was, is that okay? Yeah. So then we can just go back to our presentation. So basically today I would really like to share with you some of the important implications of AI in primary healthcare. We will touch base a bit on the pros and cons of AI in healthcare, as well as we'll touch base upon medical education, its relationship to primary healthcare and artificial intelligence. And we will conclude with some important topics such as mental health, AI, as well as social determinants of health. These are my objectives. Okay, so for those who are away from the data sciences, just a sort of introductory definition. So what is artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence is a branch of computer science focusing on developing intelligent machines. Techniques that are used in AI include machine learning, deep learning, natural language processing, and robotics. And then for those who are more in the data science, just to familiarize you with what do we mean by primary healthcare. So primary healthcare, as per the WHO vision for primary healthcare in the 21st century, it addresses the broader determinants of health and focuses on the comprehensiveness and interrelated aspects of physical, mental, and social health, not just the absence of disease. Primary healthcare ensures that people receive quality, comprehensive care, including disease prevention, health promotion, rehabilitation, as well as palliative care. So after this introduction, I just want to set the stage and share with you some of the importance of AI that it's evolving in our society. This is a collage of a headline news in the past year and shows how much AI is emerging into our society and different sectors, academic, financial, as well as economy. And again, to highlight some of the achievements of AI in healthcare system in our kingdom, these are like few examples that I was able to capture through reviewing the literature. I'm sure some of the esteemed guests will share more from their experiences. But for example, the first project is the predictive modeling for chronic disease management that's been implemented by the Ministry of Health. Another is a virtual assistance for patient education, as well as researchers from the Qasim healthcare cluster are also working on image analysis for breast cancer diagnosis. So now that we discuss some of the introductory aspects, we want to make this more engaging. So we went across campus and we asked students, faculty, as well as graduate students, what do they think about AI in healthcare?
Do you think AI is a promising revolution in the healthcare system? Why? So AI, again, is a very versatile tool, and it has the capacity to do a lot of things at once. And what that means is that a lot of the very menial, a lot of the very difficult tasks, a lot of the menial and difficult tasks that doctors have to do can be handled by the AI instead. And what that means is it alleviates the load off of physicians, and it means that a lot of the detail mistakes can also be processed a lot faster.
Okay, so to start our first section of today's presentation, we will, as I said, I will highlight some of the important application of AI in primary healthcare. I'll scroll through a lot of articles that I came across. For the sake of time, I'll only highlight a few of them, but I'm more than happy to discuss the remaining with esteemed guests and audiences after my talk. So basically, I would like to shed the light, for example, on this paper. Sorry, this is not, it's a bit of delay. Yes, for instance, this overview that again studies the role of artificial intelligence in primary healthcare highlights the great opportunity that AI offers in increasing or replacing limited processing power, improve diagnostic accuracy, efficiency in doctors' workflow and patient scheduling, as well as increase productivity, reduce medical errors, and facilitate better patient monitoring. Another paper that was conducted in Mexico. What I really liked about this paper is that it basically emphasized on the collaboration between the private and public sectors, which is really important. The interoperability between both is key, and this key has also been highlighted in the Saudi National Transformation Program. And then we'll touch base upon specific examples of how AI is enhancing primary healthcare, and we'll go over one by one. So the first one is AI and point of care testing. And what we mean by point of care testing is basically those tests that are done on the bedside, including, for example, the checking glucose through the glucometer machine, checking urine using a urine dipstick. So, of course, the AI is one of the biggest advantage of AI in point of care testing is its ability to perform necessary diagnostic testing reliably and accurately without the need for skilled trained personnel. For example, this device here, it diagnoses certain kinds of anemia by just using this kit without the necessity of having a healthcare profession around. In terms of prediction of disease, AI has a really significant role, whether it's measuring the fragility fractures in patients with osteoporosis or osteopenia, whether also predicting the mortality of acute myocardial infarction, which is a life-threatening condition. This is considered a lifesaver tool for to identify to stratify the risk of patients that come with acute myocardial infarction. And yes, AI had helped us to predict this better than any other tools. What about identifying or predicting the risk of cardiometabolic diseases in such a vulnerable population like indigenous population? And yes, AI prediction models shows moderate to excellent discriminatory ability to predicting cardiometabolic diseases compared to traditional statistical models. And again, screening for hypertension as well can be used by using AI predictive models. What about the use of AI in cancer screening? There has been a lot of good achievements, especially when it comes to cancer screening. Skin cancer screening has the literature showed very promising results in the detection of skin cancer. However, more studies are needed in order to study the effect of or the empowerment of AI in detecting other kinds of screening, other kind of cancers as well as screening for gastric cancer is also a possibility using endoscopy. What about Imaging and radiology, probably the advancement of AI in imaging and radiology had exceeded any other aspects in healthcare. I would like to highlight also the importance of AI in compassion and shared decision making. This study, for instance, highlight that AI technologies can be used to enhance compassion, healthcare, including improving patient communication, personalizing care, and reducing healthcare provider burnout. Something that's been, appreciated more, the importance of it more in the recent days. What about decision making? Yes, there is very important role of AI in enhancing decision making when it comes to clinical decision making between the physician and the patient. AI tools can provide a wide variety of information with the ability to analyze large amounts of data and discover correlations that may have been missed by researchers and healthcare providers. We can't really talk about health without touching base on mental health. So what do we know about AI in mental health? In fact, there is a very significant role using electronic health records, for instance, mood rating scales, bringing imaging data, as well as novel monitoring systems like smartphone videos, voice recognition, facial expression recognition, and social media platforms to predict, classify, or subgroup mental health illness has been really important. What will this help us with? This would help us in customizing and or offering a personalized treatment plan for patients suffering with mental health. This is a very excellent resource that offers virtual workshops and online workshops for physicians who are interested in enhancing their skills about artificial intelligence. And of course, I can't really stand on the stage at Al Faisal University and not touch base on medical education. So what is the interplay between artificial intelligence, primary care, and medical education? What do we need to know? So again, we ask a clinical faculty at Al Faisal University, what do they think about AI and primary healthcare?
My name is Rachel Khaled. I'm an OBGYN and a teaching faculty at the Faisal University. So in regard to AI and how is it going to affect the clinical practice and teaching modalities in med school, I believe that, and this is from a that include performance and knowledge gaps and learning styles, and then formulate a tailored educational program for the students.
Healthcare will AI and healthcare education will offer and virtual patient encounters for clinical skills development, adaptive learning and personalized training, as well as an instant real-time feedback. And so this will really enhance the learning experience and diagnostic accuracy for all medical trainees. This paper in particular, what I like about it is that really justify the importance of highlighting medical education and AI and bringing it to the attention of researchers and health educators, because AI tools alongside with telemedicine will try our simpler cases to, let's say, virtual care and home-based solution. And accordingly, the in-person primary care visits would really focus on more complex cases. These complex cases requires more attention from the health educators to prepare their students to be ready to diagnose and to manage these cases. Also, the current evidence-based medicine guidelines does not really prepare the medical students to how to critique AI tools. So this is why medical educators should develop a curriculum to train students in critiquing AI products for clinical practice. Again, for the sake of time, I'm just going to scroll through these articles. This paper is of significance because it shows, it basically discusses a primer for artificial intelligence in primary care. The beauty of this primer is that it explains and simplifies all the AI used currently in health in general and primary healthcare, simplified in a way that any healthcare practitioner could just go over it and use it in real time and use it with actual examples from their clinical practices. So now that we covered all the nice things and enjoyed all the nice things about AI in primary healthcare, what are some of the cons and what are some of the myths that we often heard about AI? So some of the cons are basically the ethical implications of using AI in healthcare, lack of transparency and accountability in AI decision-making, some biases in the algorithms has been identified, and what about the privacy, breaching of privacy and confidentiality issues. And in terms of the myths that we've heard as well, is about, will AI replace human doctors? What about the empathetic relationship between the doctors and the patient? Are there biases? However, evidence support AI potential to enhance human clinicians, giving them more time to focus on their patient-doctor relationship and to offer cost-effective and user-friendly services. I would like to specifically focus on two papers that are done that were conducted in Saudi Arabia. The first one measured they basically captured the perception of practitioners on the role of electronic health records and use of AI in as a diagnostic tool. Most of the practitioner, the survey of physicians in tertiary hospital in Saudi to gather their perspective and the role of EHR in diagnosis, what they found that they all expressed concerns about the potential for EHR to introduce errors or distract the patient interaction, emphasizing the importance of human expertise and communication in conjunction with EHR use. The other study basically measured or basically surveyed general population perspectives on AI implementation in radiology in the western region of Saudi. Again, there were some concerns about the potential of impact on AI in the employment of a neurologist, as well as some concerns about its accuracy and reliability. This topic is a very close to my heart, artificial intelligence and the social determinants of health. We can't talk about primary healthcare without touching base on social determinants of health as it impacts outcomes and equity. Predictive models identify vulnerable individuals for targeted interventions by the use of AI. AI also helps in uncovering gaps in care and improve access, especially for underserved patient population. This article in particular is have a very nice information to share with you, as they identify AI a tool to boost risk identification by accurately predicting and recognizing disease influenced by social determinants, understand local variations in social determinants of health outcomes as it varies from community to community, and improve incentives for providers to treat more patients, including those with complex needs. Again, the paper also concludes that health leaders should ensure that AI systems are designed and implemented in an equitable manner by considering the quality and availability of equity-related data and examining ways to mitigate potential ethical concerns. To conclude, this would be the health AI and health policy. Our last video for today, Dr. Shahad Al-Yusuf.
My name is Shahad, and I'm PhD graduate based consulting. I believe that AI will greatly impact healthcare policy in terms of improving evidence-based decision-making, increasing efficiency, enhancing our predictive capabilities, and promoting greater equity in healthcare.
Okay. And so, as Dr. Shahid alluded to, AI empowers policymakers to collect and analyze data, of course, which will identify health disparities and predict disease outbreaks, such as what happened in the pandemic. It's an optimal, it helps in optimal resource allocation, as well as to streamline healthcare delivery and facilitate their delivery of healthcare to patients, and as well as enhance the patient well-being. Collaboration and partnership between family medicine, AI scholars, big data scientists, policymakers, and of course researchers is very crucial. And embracing AI in primary care by balancing potential harms and benefits, enhancing patient care through digital health and AI technologies as well is very crucial. So what are our recommendations? The recommendations and future directions. AI literacy courses are very important in order to train physicians and medical students in the area of AI and primary healthcare. Collaborative research and validation. Ethical guidelines and regulations are important to set the stage and start to filter this era of AI and in primary healthcare. Continuous education and training is also crucial, and this would not happen without an interdisciplinary collaboration that will also engage the patients and empower them. This is a suggestion of different modules that we can implement at Al Faisal, including undergraduate, graduate, and postgraduate as well. And this is a research proposal that we submitted as an emergency department to predict a patient presenting with oncological emergencies to tertiary hospitals. And just for the sake of time, I'm just going to share the key takeaways from today. AI has a great potential to transform primary healthcare by improving accuracy, efficiency, and medical education. AI can address social determinants of health as well as has a great advancement in mental health outcomes. By leveraging AI, we can restore humanity to healthcare and enhance health outcomes for individuals as well as communities. It's very crucial to explore AI potentials to improve health outcomes and tackle associated challenges. And I would like to thank my team for their efforts and incredible work to help me in preparing for this talk. Thank you so much. And thanks for listening. Thank you.
So now we have an exciting session featuring Dr. Khulud Khatib, Head of Data Analytics and Business Intelligence at the Health Holding Company. Dr. Khulud will enlighten us about the healthcare transformation journey and the crucial role of AI-driven applications in shaping the future of healthcare. Seize this valuable opportunity to acquire profound insights into the dynamic realm of healthcare innovation. Dr. Reed. I shared this one.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد أشرف المرسلين. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you, and thank you for taking the time to join us today in this beautiful event in which we shed the light on a lot of interesting issues related to the healthcare and the AI empowerment to healthcare. I'm delighted to represent the health holding company in this session, who's a strategic sponsor for the event. I'm Khulud Khatib, the Data Analytics and Business Intelligence Head in the health holding company. I'm fortunate to have an interdisciplinary background between engineering and computer science, as well as management. And I'd like to take you through a quick journey for the healthcare transformation led by the health holding company, and would like to emphasize on the layer of AI in that transformation. Dr. Albara gave us a lot of insight about the AI applications. And what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to look at it from an organizational point of view, looking into the scale of the mandate that we have. So just to give you an insight, an idea about the scope of the health holding company, those are some of the care providers in the Saudi care system. The health holding company owns around 45,000 K-bed, and that is spanned across more than 280 hospitals and more than 2,400 primary health clinics. So we are about to be, or we are actually the health care provider, the largest healthcare provider globally. And we are having access to about 20 million direct beneficiaries. The facilities are organized around 5 business units. All are reporting to the health holding company's headquarters, and each business unit have multiple clusters and PHCs organized under it. So our transformation is aligned with Vision 2030. We address the healthcare transformation program, and we needed the transformation because we have an ambitious vision and unprecedented pace, and we need the healthiest population ever, right, to bring this vision to reality. So there is no room for sick people. We want healthier people, and we want to have the best system of care ever, as well as very motivated care workers and healthcare professionals. So the transformation model touched based on 3 pillars. We want to improve the population health and improve access to it, as well as the equity and efficiency of the care. As you can see in the screen over here, we have the healthcare sector transforming into 3 main entities: the ministry as the governance and regulator, the health holding company as the delivery for care, and then the Center for National Health Insurance as the financier of the care. So how are we driving this transformation forward? 2 big initiatives: the corporatization and the new model of care. So under the corporatization, we are creating a system that enables local care delivery of service to focus on patients and develop optimal channels for patients to reach required care setting. So each cluster will be an accountable care organization that has its own autonomy and approach in providing care, while making sure that our patients and our clients, in this case, receive care in the same standard wherever they go across the kingdom. And with the model of care, we focus the reform on placing the patient as the center of all healthcare activities. So we want to create integrated systems of care that activate citizens' role in his or her own health. So we're doing that through 6 strategic programs: the corporatization, the sector governance, purchasing program, private and third sector participation, the workforce, and the e-health. A lot of interesting initiatives under each and every one of those. And we want to look at the care now as value-based and the patient in the center of it. So looking at the journey toward the person-centric care, we have the shift, or trying to create the shift in multiple pillars. And what I'd like to focus on today is the transformation from from institution-based decision-making to analytic and AI-supported decision-making, and in-person patient care to digitally enabled patient care. We are in the AI foundation, and that definitely is the data infrastructure. So we are embracing the data-driven culture across all the facilities within our scope, and developing the transformation data infrastructures. As you know, with the new model of care and the corporatization, we are generating new data points, we are creating new data points, and we're trying to make sure that we are following the best practices in accumulating the data systems. Another thing, as we have this new structure in healthcare, we focused on the flow of the data across the system. So we are making sure that we're having the right data governance and flow, so everyone can do the best of the data, and make sure that we can have a continuum of the journey of care across the various stakeholders. So the innovation in AI is happening through multidisciplinary teams, and we want to apply the AI in depth and in an ethnographic approach to understand the complexity of the patient journey and care pathways. So we consider the cultural aspects, we consider the local design of the kingdom, the very special geographical distribution of the population and all that in creating our AI solutions through agile approach. So 3 focus areas. We want to improve the patient outcome. An example of that, for example, the personalized treatment plans, definitely empowered by brilliant AI algorithms, and streamlining clinical workflow and even non-clinical workflow. As Dr. Bara informed us previously, the AI would have the power to look into different variables, make sense out of them, and then prioritize multiple tasks in the best way possible. We can talk, for example, about scheduling the appointments. We can really leverage the power of AI in considering the various geographical location of the patients, the provider, the severity of the disease, the urgency to see the patient, and the availability of the care provider, and then provide the best appointment plan with minimal disturbing from any health worker. basically freeing the space for those workers to do something that probably will complement the system in a very special way, let's put it, in this scale. So another thing is reducing the health cost. One example would be the preventive care. Many AI algorithms now allow us to look into the possibility of disease occurrences, diagnosis for symptoms that can be indicated for something preventable. So we're looking into that. And later on, I believe we will hear a very detailed example about preliminary diagnosis using AI. And some of the AI-driven applications that under consideration is, for example, the precision diagnosis, prognosis, therapeutic, and precision medicine. And a very clear example is the AI-based diagnostic images. We are looking into that, piloting that in a few of our sites. Another thing is the drug and vaccine discovery. As you can see in the figure over here, classical machine learning and deep learning can help within the diagnosis, for example, in the ophthalmology zone. Very recent collaboration between the Ministry of Health and Sadaya generated this beautiful marriage between Sahati application and Alam, in which they are now considering the natural language processing to hear the patient's pain or patient's need and process that into services through Sahati, which is a virtual care application that increase the accessibility of care to the patient. Definitely health and wellness is something that we are considering, and it's taking a major amount of, let's say, time and planning over here. As said, we want people to be well rather than treat them. So in conclusion, AI has the potential to revolutionize the healthcare and has already made significant contribution in areas such as medical imaging, drug discovery, and precision medicine. And the healthcare provider and the policymaker now need to work together more and more to sustain the assurance of the AI-powered tools, healthcare, and that respect the patient's autonomy and privacy. Thank you.
Speaker, Dr. Muna Head, the distinguished AI health sector head at the esteemed Saudi AI and Data Authority. Of technology and compassion care, leaving a lasting impact on our understanding of healthcare innovation.
Assalamu alaikum, sabah al-khair. It is really an honor to be at the campus of King Faisal with my esteemed colleagues. And thank you for this very kind introduction. My name is Muna Head. I have an experience of 23 years I'm a clinical pharmacist by training. I embarked on the journey of digitally transforming healthcare organizations in 2005. Managed to cruise in different entities and organizations, starting with the Ministry of الحرس الوطني, the MNJHA, then an international company. To really test if I really did a good job in the infrastructure or not. I'm going to again introduce you to Sadaya, illustrating Sadaya. The Saudi Data and AI Authority was established in alignment of the 2030 vision to unlock the value of data through the orchestration of its 3 execution arms, where policies are generated, guidelines on governance, creation of talent, creation of an orchestrated, innovative environment, and creating the infrastructure to embark into the journey of AI. So basically, we all know that the world is changing. Organization by devices, applications, systems, create that harmony, that interoperability between these entities, and that the information is securely delivered at the right time to the right person to enable and improve efficiency, cost, and clinical decision making. So it is not really intimidating, right? Almost in every presentation or discussion I attend on, a question comes in place. Is really health ready? Is it really valuable to embed all of that money and put all of that money and research into health? Today I stand in front of you representing. I'll be standing in front of you as a vulnerable, emotional, and passionate human being, simply because I want to provoke one thing that we are claiming, that we are superior on AI. I want to provoke your empathy. I lost 2 of my cousins in their early 30s, simply because they were diagnosed at a very late stage to have cancer. One of them just gave birth. Her baby, her daughter, lost the only voice she was familiar of. I lost my memories because I lost my relative, my cousin, who shared with me these beautiful memories. My other cousin was, again, trying to have a baby, to start her new life. But again, she was taken away by cancer simply because it was not detected at an early stage. Who can stop AI from preventing that? Why can't we give the chance for I live in fear because I'm worried that my parents would fall again, and I wouldn't be there to help them. I want to be part of the people who are creating a better life, a better dignified aging process. So again, this is my plea to everybody when a question comes up, if health is worth the investment, because yes, it is. I call this the demand slide. It's a very simple slide that shows our population and where we're going with the population. Our population is aging. What would that mean? We will have more chronic diseases, right? In 2050, the median age is going to be 40 years old. Again, what does that mean? Demand is changing. All of our children are immersed in the metaverse. So they will demand a life of a metaverse when it comes to healthcare. Their demand, their ask, their questions, we need to mimic and we need to provide that kind of future for them. So basically, Dr. Bara, again, I'm going to use you so many times. You've illustrated so many articles. And here today, I tell you, within the collaboration efforts of all of these entities that I displayed on my slide, we are embarking into that in healthcare, precision medicine, diagnostics, drug discovery and development. All of that is being done and actually applied in the real world. So basically, I'm sure that a lot of people heard of Dr. Hinton's resignation, Google, right? He is well known as the godfather of AI. The petition that was signed to slow down on AI, right? What do you think that provokes? What does that mean? Why are these people who were so keen to introduce AI in our health are slowing down? To me, as a very optimistic person, I believe that they are opening the window of opportunity. To what? To test the risk. We want to create a fire extinguisher before actually killing ourselves in the fire. We want to tackle all of these risks, these issues in policies, in ethics, before we really advance in the embarkment. So again, I believe it's an opportunity to do that. We're slowing down, we're not stopping, because yes, we want to tackle these issues before they happen. Today in Sedaya, with the collaboration of its partners, we have accomplished a lot of things. So yes, in healthcare, it is a mission possible. It is not a mission impossible. Whether it was in the realm of policies, in the realm of talent building, high-level governance that really governs and selects the priorities, that breast cancer early detection model, a diabetic retinopathy early detection model, sepsis prediction, and diabetic nephropathy progression prediction, and we are working on more. Yes, we have accomplished through our partnership, but again, as a disclaimer, I did not illustrate what King Faisal did on its own in AI, what National Guard did in AI on its own, right? What Al Habib Hospital as a private sector is embarking on AI on its own. So again, this slide is not really intimidating. This slide is and was the recipe of success. When implementing breast cancer, we went to the Ministry of Health because of the screening in breast cancer programs, because of the massive data that they contained. And yes, we were able to do the sorting at the Ministry of Health in collaboration with the virtual hospital. There are so many numbers that really investigate and prove that healthcare can be helped by AI. I will not talk about diabetic retinopathy because Dr. Salwa Al-Hazza is the person who would really showcase how healthcare is versatile enough and helpful and understanding the power of AI when it comes to diabetic. Breast cancer. Why was breast cancer chosen? Because it is the second leading in tertiary hospitals die. 43 of that population dies in a secondary hospital. AI is able to predict sepsis, to capture sepsis in its early stage, to prevent and decrease the loss of these lives. I would like to conclude with 3 messages. I always have these conversations with my teams, and I'm blessed to have 2 of them today in the podium. One of my colleagues, his name is Mansour Al-Isa. I always have futuristic talks with him on AI and how it's going to really change our lives. And I asked him the other day, what do you and how do you see AI changing our lives? You know, he goes, the best and most important message is, Dr. Amuna, do you use electricity? I was like, of course, I use electricity every day. He goes, do you need to know how electricity works? I don't think I do. But he says, you know what? You better know how to use electricity, right? This slide is exactly what Mansour was talking about. I used the help of ChatGPT to create this slide. And I can tell you, it was not easy. There was rounds and rounds of trying to make ChatGPT understand the message that I want. And I was like, you know what? I don't think I know how to communicate with this thing. Please, I need this and that. He goes, and Lujane was telling me the same thing. You know what? You need to tell it what you want and what you do not want. I was like, oh, that was the trick. So basically, it is not really understanding how AI should work. It's really developing new skills of our own to communicate with AI, to demand for the things that we need. The second message is AI is happening. Or as we said at the summit, AI is now. Where do you want AI to take us to? I, as an individual, I want AI in healthcare to bring a value, equity, a dignified aging process, and harmony between all of these AI applications in healthcare. I do not want to be fat. I do not definitely want to be manipulated by AI. I want to take control of AI. And at the end, ladies, today, our presence today, our esteemed, prestigious people who are in the room and online is a testimony that we are seen, we are heard, we are valued. The doors are wide open. Thank you very much for the honor.
Thank you, Dr. Muna. Next on our agenda, we're honored to have Professor Salwa Al-Hazza, CEO and founder of SDM and Distinguished Clinical Professor of Ophthalmology. As our esteemed speaker, her talk on artificial intelligence and deep learning in ophthalmology will showcase groundbreaking advancements in data science within the field. Get ready to witness the transformative potential of AI and deep learning in ophthalmology during this enlightening session.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيد المرسلين. First, I'd like to thank you for allowing me to share my experience. I come in wearing a different hat. I come from the private sector. And as we all know, the private sector now, there is something called the public-private participation, where the government is actually supporting and encouraging these private sector participation simply because we are now in the era of the startups. And to be able to be part of this digital transformation and to start from scratch and to actually be private and not really being part of the government where you get everything is really a challenge. And we're going to be discussing that in the panel. So I'm going to be concentrating on how we can save sight through artificial intelligence and deep learning. As we all know, digital transformation is here. I have been very fortunate that 38 years ago when I decided to specialize in the subspecialty of ophthalmology, which is actually retina. I never knew that 38 years later, I would actually be doing all these retinal imaging, because through artificial intelligence, you do need the imaging. So this has really been a breakthrough. How do I move it? This way. Okay. So why did I pick diabetes? When the COVID hit, everyone was scrambling because it was an acute pandemic. And I used to say to the prior Minister of Health, there is a silent pandemic that we do not really look into. A silent pandemic that's actually killing 3 times what the COVID is. A silent pandemic which is actually, the mortality and morbidity is high, and that is diabetes. And the market out there is really big for it. So if we look, and I do apologize that it sort of changed the colors, but if we do look at the diabetes globally, it's actually increasing by 45% as a whole. But look at the MENA area, and Saudi Arabia is part of the remember, this is the 2021. The 2023 from the International Diabetic Federation will be coming out, unfortunately, in December. So statistics I'm giving you are for the 20 diabetics at the moment right now. That's a really staggering number. In the MENA area alone, 73 million. But look at the increase. It's going to double. And again, that really puts us in the El Faisal University. I've been with them since it first opened in 15 years ago, and I'm really very fortunate to many of the students that I see now holding great positions. So let's look at the, actually 1 in 3 of our patients will have diabetes. That's a staggering number. So out of this 1 in 3 of developing diabetes, 1 in 3 will have diabetic eye disease. And we have to be able, if we say there are 537 million people need a diabetic eye exam, but there's not enough of us. Do you believe globally only 55% are being examined? Here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, only a fourth? Is it because the government doesn't want to do it? Of course not. Is it because we don't want? No. It's growing to an extent that if I would graduate ophthalmologists, we would never be able to cover it because the increase is way above any human intervention. So, sorry about that. I think it just changed. So automation is the only way to screen this rapid growing population. So let's look at this. There are 4 million diabetic adults. 4 million diabetic adults now. Adults. The WHO puts Saudi Arabia at 7 million. If we include the children. Look the diabetic population keeps increasing, and this really is not going to help. I'm sorry about this, but this shows that we are the first in the GCC and the 5th globally. Let's look at the diabetic eye disease. If we said 1 in 3, it means 33% of our diabetics will have diabetic eye disease. But more important than that, 10 to 12 will have vision-threatening disease. And it's these patients that we have to get to. Really important. This was a 2014, 2015, if you will, statistics, and it showed that the government is actually spending 27 billion Saudi riyals. That's a staggering number. And it's projected to reach 43 million Saudi riyals. We're hoping to get new statistics soon. So why am I changing from the traditional way? Why am I embracing AI? There must be a reason. Well, first, to go through the traditional way of examining your patients, the old traditional way, it's human resource intensive. You need a nurse. You need someone to bring the patient in. You need to dilate the patient. I mean, there are so many factors. Secondly, the cost is extremely high because you have to actually employ a doctor. You have to employ a consultant, someone specialized, to bring the patient from the different areas of the kingdom. That also costs because you're paying their tickets. You're taking their children who are usually accompanying them from absentees from their work. So the cost starts building up. The waiting time for the patient to be able to come, to be examined. By the time he gets the appointment from Salwa al-Hazza, from Faisal Qahtani, from Muhammad bin Khtela, these were my colleagues at King Faisal, they have to wait. And it really takes up. By this waiting time, what does it do? It actually makes them blind because every time you wait. And then the waiting time in the clinic, I can't tell you the number of times patients have fainted in my clinic waiting because they come in. Our clinics are overcrowded, overbooked, and we cannot say no. So patients end up, and I can't tell you the number of times I've told my nurse, always have sugar around for our diabetic patients. And if you want to get good quality care, you have to come to a hospital. You are not going to find a specialized retinologist in a diabetic center or in a primary care. So again, now you're waiting to be seen in a specialized. So if we mention that the total number of diabetics are 4 million, if we say the pre-diabetics, again, I do apologize for the missing, we reached 7 million. Can you imagine if I would just save $100 for every diabetic exam, and I would screen 1 million patients, how much I'd be saving? That's $100 million. We're talking about dollars. But by the way, when I mentioned the 7 million, how many out there are undiagnosed? They don't even know they have diabetes. So the number, believe me, is much higher than that. And how many are non-reachable? Do you know how many patients say to me, we cannot get to a hospital? And when they do go to a private, to a primary care center, there's someone there that is just not as qualified as a consultant is. And you can't get consultants in all these hospitals. It's not moving. It just stopped. It's frozen. I should do it this way. Okay, thank you. So when we say artificial intelligence, let me tell you, I, as a physician and very experienced, I have to examine all these patients, look at the resources I've wasted in order to find 2 patients that need my skills. So I have to go through all these patients to find only 2 that I should only be seeing and examining. Why? I took randomly 2,800 patients when I was at the King Faisal. I just took them randomly. Do you believe out of these 2,800, only 300 needed me for treatment? Do you believe I wasted 2,500 patient resources of examining, of waiting. It's a bottleneck. So again, this is where automation is going to be the only way we can screen our diabetic population. We should not at all depend on our traditional. So the next question you're going to ask me is, Dr. Salwa, how sensitive is it? Is it as good as you? There was a study done through our group which showed that the general ophthalmologists they have in the diabetic clinics, their sensitivity is only 22%, which means, unfortunately, they're missing 78% of the patients. That's their capability. Actually, the retina specialist that you have in the hospitals, their sensitivity is only 60%. Do you believe that the artificial intelligence sensitivity, it cannot make mistakes? And this is where you want to be. I actually did a head-to-head with this, and unfortunately, I found out that it was better than me. I taught it. The best I could get to was 93%. This actually reached 100%, but it's good. I'm not a machine. I don't have time to count all the little things to see the width of the actual vessels. This one can do it and do it fast. So again, AI has proven to be much more sensitive. So we did a management cost we just took randomly 100,000 cases. I've been very fortunate that I worked with the McKinsey company. As you will see in our panel discussion, NEOM in Riyadh has actually took me in. They are my R&D. That's where my offices are now, and my lab. They're actually in NEOM. They've given me all the resources, and this is really very, very important to be able to have part of NEOM. Recently, I was chosen, or I was taken as an advisor to the King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology. I wasn't interested in a job, but the reason so that I can have access to all their facilities. And through CAXT, I'm able to get into KAUST. This is, again, very important because they have really high performance computers for our algorithms. So anyways, if we would look at the management cost, I mean, this is really very important. Can you imagine that we decreased the blindness from 528 million to 32 million? I mean, this is really something important. Yes, the treatment has increased, but the treatment will always be less than having the burden of someone going blind. So what's our method of screening? It's really simple. Why did I choose the diabetic centers? I chose them for a reason. All the people coming to the diabetic centers are diabetics. They also had the I make sure their internet is working. So the patient walks in, gets the photo taken. He already gets the photo taken. And in the panel discussion, I'll tell you how it's what they were doing before traditionally. We're very lucky that Sadaya and Nedmo regulate all the images that are taken through SEDAM. And then we get the results. And the results are so easy. If your photographer is not colorblind and can differentiate between red and green, you're home free. Really important. And then we get the results. We are the only entity that we Arabized our algorithm. So our algorithm talks in Arabic. You know, what's the use of telling the patient and giving him something in English? He's not interested in that. What does he want? He wants something to be able to read in Arabic. So again, we give them in English and we give them also an Arabic report. And then you can integrate it into the system. And guess what? How long do you think it takes by the time the patient walks into the clinic? Do you believe it takes 1 minute? And in the panel discussion, for those of you that are interested, I'm gonna be showcasing the difference between telemedicine and artificial intelligence. People get mixed up. They think it isn't. That's just a remote doctor. This is all done through the cloud, regulated by Sadaya and NEDMO. Those of you that don't know NEDMO, it's the National Data Management Office. Oh, by the way, also, we got Saudi FDA approval. We're going to be talking about that with Dr. Khaloud in the regarding the regulations. And again, it only takes 1 minute. So automation is the way to go if you want to save these patients. What are the advantages? I can't even begin. First, you're improving efficiency. You're providing affordable, low cost. You're providing the specialists not to waste their time examining, but actually building their skills. You're reducing all these unnecessary resources. The diabetic center at the King Salman Hospital in Hurayja does not need Salwa al-Hazza, does not need any consultant to be there. It's all done through the virtual cloud. And then you're providing convenience to the patients. What more can you ask for? And it's not only to the patients, it's also to the doctors. And then the sensitivity is much better than any board certified ophthalmologist. And last and not least, you're actually investing in AI. We're very fortunate that we have complied to all the quality and privacy certificates. So in addition to having all this international, the US FDA, the Canadian, the European Union, we went a further step and we also got the Saudi FDA. And I'm going to be telling you about the Saudi FDA and how to be able to navigate. And then of course, through Sadaya and NEDMO. So what's our patient profile? We take all the diabetic patients, any pre-diabetic patients will accept, and any obese. When we look at our obesity, us in Kuwait are actually competing to be #1 globally, which is really unfortunate. Usually, what's the side effect of obesity? Type 2 diabetes. So it's really, we need to take into that. At the moment right now, to get a good exam, it's in the hospitals. We moved it out of the hospitals for the diabetic retinopathy. We went into the diabetic clinics and centers. We're going into the primary care facilities in 2024. Why not in the optical shop? You're going to get your glasses and you're diabetic. Would you like to be examined by AI now at a low cost, at a sensitivity higher than a... Most important, you will get your results now while you're still in the optical shop. We're also going into pharmacies. We're dealing with a lot of pharmaceutical big companies, and why not in the recreation centers? So hopefully after we finish the diabetes and get the awareness, we're going into glaucoma, macular degeneration. Can you imagine by just looking into the retina, you can predict if you're going to develop a stroke? Why do I have to wait until you develop the stroke and then I treat you? That shouldn't be. And most important, hypertension. If I was to tell you through your artificial intelligence, you're going to develop hypertension, you're going to take all the precautions. So why wait until, it's like a knee jerk. We treat when we get the disease. No, it should be before. And last but not least is the Alzheimer. Again, can you imagine by looking into the retina, I can tell you you're going to have Alzheimer in the future or not? This is, of course, all through AI. And now we're doing a mobile application. Of course, it's going to be in about 3 or 4 years where you can actually take your phone, take a photo of your eye, imaging without even having to come. And you only come to the diabetic center when you come if you need treatment. Really important to consider that. So in 2022, I'm so thrilled that we launched 7 centers. And believe me, it was a one-woman show. So we should all be proud that we can do this. I mean, to be able to launch 7 centers single-handedly, and they were the Ministry of Health. I had gotten a lot of clients and I refused. I didn't leave the King Faisal to go looking for another job. I wanted to be able to do a service for these underprivileged. And these underprivileged patients are where? They're in the Ministry of Health, unfortunately, because they cannot get good access. So we went to all these. I don't know why Jazan, but Jazan is close to my heart. So we opened 2 centers, although I have nothing to do with them. My mother looks at this and she's like, where is Qasim? Where is Qasim? Where is Breda? And I'm like, it's coming from that point. And then in 2023, this is our goal, to launch another centers. We have a total of 31 centers. We're really working closely with these centers, and it's a thrill to be able to do that. And then, as I mentioned, this is what our vision is in SEDEM, is really to enhance this AI-powered healthcare across Saudi Arabia. I'm fortunate to be able to give the MOH endowment 30,000 free exams from SEDEM. So even though we are a company, but we are really helping, and more important than that, to be able to votes, there were a lot, but look at what a patient said. No treatment was necessary, with ease, convenience, and it educated me of the diabetes. Why do we have to wait until they have symptoms? So now at the King Salman Hospital, when they come in to have their temperature checked, when they come in to have their blood pressure checked, it is a mandate to have their images taken. Wow. So now it's actually in the triage. I mean, how specific can you be when you come to AI? Look at what the chief of the King Salman Hospital said. AI saved our hospital resources, decreased patient waiting time. Patients not show up for their appointments. Why do you have non-compliance? Because they are dissatisfied, waiting, taking their children out of their work. You have to make it convenient. And it's not only for the, look at what one optometrist, she brought tears to my eyes. Optometrists, I love them. Interestingly, at King Salman, they're all females. She said, Doctora, AI changed my career path and gave a purpose to my job. Before, I was just come to finish my job. Now I have a purpose. I feel good. When I get the diabetic patient, I can tell them exactly what they have. I feel confident. Now, the ophthalmologists, they didn't like me in the beginning at all. I was their enemy, but I ignored them because this was not for the ophthalmologist. This was for the diabetologist, for the endocrinologist, for the primary care. And I left them. So after 1 year, they came back to me. You know, so what? You want to get upset? That's your problem, not mine. Some light. I tried to really make it very easy. And I'm hoping in the panel discussion, I do have more slides that I didn't have time to put here that I will be sharing with you in the panel.
Thank you, Dr. Salwa. Now, a stimulating panel discussion awaits us on data-driven healthcare applications, moderated by Dr. Khulud Khatib, Head of Data Analytics and Business Intelligence. Role of data scientists in the convergence.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this panel discussion. What an honor and privilege to be with you, Doctora, in this panel discussion. What an inspiring talk that you just gave and the mission that you have.
Thank you, Dr. Kunda. I think this panel discussion will not just be so as that. You will also be obligated to answer some questions. After I saw your beautiful slides and how much expertise, so we can just make it, together.
Let's do it. Along with everyone in the room, right? Everyone over here is I'm definitely going through this stream of innovation of AI and trying to make a difference. So, Victoria, please introduce yourself to us and how a surgeon became interested in AI.
I worked at the King Faisal Specialist Hospital for 35 years. And for 24 years, I ran the ophthalmology. And you have to remember, it's in the most prestigious hospital in the Middle East. So one day I woke up and I said, why is it one doctor to one patient? Why can't I take my expertise, put it in a package, and give it to the society? And it just kept bugging me and bothering me. How can I do that? I can't just continue to wait until the patient comes to me. And by the time, by the way, they come to King Faisal, they're blind. They're blind. I'm sorry to say that because we're tertiary care. And it just, for 35 years, I would see these blind patients. The only ones I would not see blind would be the VIPs or the family health. But we're talking about the society, the simple community. So I started, remember, this is all before the COVID. So I started looking at it and I thought, why not AI? And no one really, what's AI? So I went to the University of Southern California and applied for my master's degree in medical management. So it's never too late. I was over 50 when I took my master's, so it's never late. So I went and I took my master's in medical management from the University of Southern California, and my thesis was on AI. And that just opened doors. I mean, to be able, my mother till this day had been now يتنشجع. عندها الدكتوراه وتروح تاخذ الماستers. Saying in those that are, you have your doctor's degree, why are you taking your master's? But it was different. And I will tell you that opened doors for me. Now, I didn't get the, if you will, the government attention until COVID hit. So I put in my resignation at the King Faisal. I'll never forget it. On February 27th. And on February 28th, that's when the lockdown came in. It started gradually. Oh, wow. And all of a sudden, government entities were turning and looking and wait, what does she have? So this is really very important to be in the right place at the right time. And my timing in Allah subhanahu I just happened. So that was really a very, very, this disruption of the COVID-19 has changed us and has made now the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia a leader in the G20 when it comes to digital transformation. So that's the simple story of how I left my comfort zone. And by the way, at my age, you don't leave your comfort zone. You don't leave your comfort zone. But why did I leave it? Dr. Kharood, I was looking for challenge. I was looking for risks. I was looking for innovation. And people thought I was crazy. People to this day say, who pays your salary? I said, why are you? It's not just about money. It's about going out there and serving the community. And I do that as a volunteer to all these diabetic centers. And I'm enjoying every minute of it.
Well, we're so fortunate to have you, Victoria. And everyone goes to your clinic and use your AI solution.
It's not my clinic, it's the Ministry of Health. They're clinics that already exist. I just came in, put in this software. I only come in with and made it an AI clinic. So the clinic exists, the camera exists, granted. The actual photographers, they were underutilized. I'm gonna be showing you later how the path is. So it's just about something already existing. You just go in there and you change. You give them AI. You change their perspective on how, from traditional to actual, if you will, digital.
Wow. So what's your definition of AI? There are a lot of definitions for AI.
Yes.
For Dr. Selwa, what's AI?
Can we have the slide number 20? slide number 20, please. If you could give us the slide number 20, I'd appreciate that. So, if you look at slide number 20, it's after shukran at the end. Thank you. So I have to go all, yes, this one. Before I tell you what AI is, I'm very practical. I have sat in conferences where I talk about AI and they say, yeah, we have it. And then when I go in, I find out it isn't AI, it's telemedicine. This is really very important. So if you look, we need of course, to get a photo taken. So for both AI and telemedicine, you need an image, and that's taken. The difference is in AI and in telemedicine, you send that photo to doctors in a remote area. This is really very important. You still need doctors, and you still need what? More important, you need someone to read, so it's a reading center. So you're employing doctors. And by the way, when you take your photo in AI, when your image is taken for telemedicine, it could be after a week. It could be after. It's whenever the doctor is free. And this is really very important for you to. Whenever the doctor is free, he will read it. Now, so it goes to the doctors, and then all of a sudden you transmit it. So all of a sudden they find that there is, unfortunately, something wrong with their eye that needs immediate attention. So what do you have to do? You go to the center, whoever sent it to you, and you tell them, by the way, there's something wrong. So what do they have to do? Now you're calling, it's time. Now that person in that hospital has to go and open and find the patient and bring the patient back. The patient will say, wait a minute, I came to you a week ago. Why should I come back? Why did you not tell me? See, this is the scenario. Some of them will come back, some of them will say, no, we're not going to come back. So not only is telemedicine expensive because you're employing everybody, it's also there's a delay. So when you come to artificial intelligence, I always like to tell stories because I could sit here, mashallah, who was it? I think it was Dr. Alini, she showed that, what AI is. But I want to show you a scenario where you can actually differentiate. Whereas when you come to artificial intelligence, it's right there. The patient is still in the room, and through the virtual cloud, they get the answer. What more can you ask for? This is the way it should be. It should be immediate. This is what Dr. Ali, point of care. Can we have the next slide, dear? Excuse me? Can we have the next? It's going to be a couple of, if you want to give it to me, I can control, but I don't think you have a pointer. The next slide, dear. Just want to show. So this is what it is. We start from feeding. It's first by machine learning, so we give these images. We've given over 2 million images. So through machine learning, and then we go into deep learning. So you have to remember, artificial intelligence, think of it as a circle. Under it is machine learning, and then another subcategory is the deep learning. That's what we do at SEDA. So what do? After you give it all these algorithms and you teach it, your person only has to be able to differentiate red and green. I think everyone knows red. That's how they'll see. They'll see it as red, meaning what? This patient needs immediate attention. And if it's green, I'm going to be showing it to you in the next slides. If it's green, you tell the patient come back. There is no other solution globally that will give you a time interval when the patient comes back. There is no other solution globally that has been customized. There are a lot of solutions out there. When I was at NEOM, I would bring all these companies in. We would do these pilot studies, and some of them were crap. I'm sorry to say that. They would say sensitivity of 90%, but when I would apply it to the Saudi population, it was 0. We would get something like 30%.
Why? Because their health system is good. People there in Canada are more educated. Whereas for us, what do? When do we come? It's a knee-jerk. When we have a problem, we come. It thrills me when I'm sitting in my clinic and I say, what's your problem? I'm coming for a routine checkup. All of a sudden I'm like, what? I mean, it's like I'm shocked. No one does that. We don't do that, unfortunately. And I'm not just talking about the underprivileged. Even us, we're so busy. We wait until a problem. So then what's unique about this? Who actually does this? It's not a doctor. It's your optometrist, your nurse. Yesterday, I was at an entity. Guess who was doing it? The diabetic educator. Can you imagine? The diabetic educator was doing this exam.
The power of AI.
Yes, she was doing it and she felt good. So we don't need us. Leave us, ophthalmologists, to do the surgery. Don't make us do all this gut work. Let the AI do it. And by the way, this solution is not for ophthalmologists. The ophthalmologist role is at the end. This is for who? This is for your primary care doctors. This is for your endocrinologists. This is for your diabetologists. That when they see a patient, it's like, what? Wow. And I'm going to be showing you a little later what one of the, I think I told you, what one of the diabetologists told me, and I was taken by total surprise. So in a nutshell, this is what AI, I'm not going to go and showing you what you can find on the internet. I've given you a little scenario that you can at least take home with you and remember that AI is different from telemedicine.
Well, thank you for creating this distinction between the two sections. So you're also active in chronic care. Can you tell us more about this?
Right. It's so interesting, as I showed in one of my slides. You know, diabetes is considered a chronic disease. And if we can go to the next slide, please. I think it's the next slide. Yeah. We can go to the next slide, please. I just kept them.
Is it this one?
No, that's.
Next one?
No, go back. Go back. I'm sorry. I've missed it, but I'll come back to it later. There was a slide there on aging. If we can maybe advance it, I'm sorry that I didn't. On aging. Yes, that one. Go back. Right there. Someone really nicely said it. You know, because we are really advanced in healthcare. So what are we doing? We're advancing the age. So instead of before, people were dying at the age of 60, 70, we're now taking them to 80. But what's the importance of that? The importance of that is we don't want to just extend their life. We want to extend their life to be healthy. We have a really interesting entity called evolution. It's part of the Royal Cabinet. I love it. I'm sort of involved with them, where they are actually looking how, in addition to extending life, we have to also extend the health of the person. Look at these numbers are flabbergasting, right? Look at this. The more you extend life, you want to make sure they're healthy. And these are the chronic diseases, because when you extend life, you go into diabetic retinopathy. It's definitely, we heard a lot about early cancer treatment by Dr. Hand. So even though we're extending life, we have to find ways to be able to diagnose these diseases early. And it's these chronic diseases. And I think this depicts it very well, that chronic diseases are important. We have to look into them. We have to make sure that our patient population is not only living longer, but living longer and healthier.
Excellent. So you have some sort of AI algorithms. Is it an app or is it something happening in the clinic?
If you can go back now, dear. Go back. I'm sorry I didn't put it on back. Yes, back.
This one?
Right there. First step.
This one?
No, first step. Yes, right there. So what do? This is the first step. Yes. So a patient comes in. Is this first step? Go back one more. No, back.
Another one?
Yes. There it is. So this is it. A patient walks into the clinic and he gets his photo taken. He's still sitting there. Remember, The camera is already there at the diabetic centers. I didn't go buy any hardware. So what we do is we go ahead and we take his photo. Now remember, we have fed these 2 million images into our algorithms. Now I don't claim to own the IP, I don't. I didn't want to start from scratch. I took what was already existing, but I customized it to the Saudi population, because if I started from scratch, a lot of entities are doing that. They're wasting years and years. So I took what was already existing, and then I customized it to the Saudi population. So I had to change some things, which was really important. So he comes in, gets the photo taken. What's unique about this program? It's in any camera you have. And if they don't have the camera, I will go in and validate it. I'll take 100 photos and just feed it into our algorithmic machines. And then any camera, people say, when Jihazik, where's your machine? I don't have a machine. You know, we were doing this in a mall. We did it in a mall of Sweden, a Salam Mall. We just went and we just sat in the Salam Mall. I went through the food court. Why? Everyone eats. And so these patients were coming to me. And so I would stay in the background. I didn't want to be seen. They had a glitch with the camera, Dr. Khulud. So they called me to come see it, the camera. So I came in and then the patient recognized me. It's like, Dr. Salwa, are you going to examine me? I said, no. She said, why? I said, there's a doctor. Where is he? I said, he's up there. She says, what do you mean? I said, he's up there. She says, why is he sitting up there? I said, that's the new technology. Is he as good as you? I said, he's better than me. She says, come on, let him examine me. This is the mentality you have to use with patients to be able to do that. So, and your person, I'm sorry again, the colors, the person that's operating it, it's easy. By the way, they only take 2 photos. My son, who's working with me, I don't see him here, I'll be disciplining him. He's not a physician. It's not my physician son, it's my other son. He takes the photos, and he's non-medical, not supposed to, but just to show you why the cameras now are all automated. So when the patient sits down, Khulud, you don't have to say right eye, you just say, in your right eye, look. And do you believe the camera, after it finishes the right eye, it will go to the left eye automatically? There's no joystick? Where? So it's all automatic. Anyone can do it. And by the way, we only need 2 photos. Why? Because it's AI. For me, as a physician, I have to take 7 photos of each eye. Can you imagine the time? Now it's only 2 photos. Next step here. So what do? We bring this algorithm, this solution, it's an application, and we put it into their actual, if you will, computer. Every camera has a computer with it. So we go ahead and we put it into the computer, the solution. And then, again, everything is regulated. There isn't a single image that does not go up that is not regulated by NETMO and by SADAYA. Really important. This is where they're regulated. And then, I'm not going to go through this, but it goes through this cascade of first being examined, and then, the patient examined, it goes to the computer, and then it leaves the entity, it goes to the cloud, again, regulated, blah, 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 blah. When it goes to the cloud, by the way, there is no patient information. We don't know if it's a male or female. We don't know from what part of Saudi it came from. This is where the regulation kicks in. We don't know anything except an image. So it goes in within 10 seconds. It gets all of the sudden analyzed. And then when it comes back, the patient is still there. Still there, it comes back in, and then all the personal data comes back in. That's how we have it. And the patient is there, and then we will tell them. Next, please. Final step. I thought it said first step. That's why I'm sorry. And this is what they see. I told you. You either have vision-threatening disease, which is red, or non-vision-threatening disease. If it's vision-threatening disease, Dr. Khulud, right away, what's unique about the diabetic centers? Every diabetic center in the Ministry of Health has what? Has an ophthalmology center attached. What's the use if I diagnose the patient and I cannot guarantee for them treatment? Really, you have to close the circle. So when they're red, we tell them go across the street. And they get treated. Now, if they're green, we're very lucky. We give them the other, Arabic, which will say, you don't have vision-threatening disease, ولا تحتاج الحالة إلى طبيب العيون. And guess what? We say come back in 12 months. No other solution does that, Dr. Come back in 9 months. Come back in 6 months, and come back in 3 months. Now, I'm not sitting here trying to tell you, marketing. We're doing this free. For 30,000 patients, we're hoping to reach, as I'm going to be showing that, we're hoping to reach 100,000 by the end of this year, and we're hoping to reach 1 million. And it's all being done free of charge to the Ministry of Health. And then it's in minutes, okay? We just had a lab. Someone came in from the Ministry of Health, and to look at our if you will, one gets integrated where with the electronic medical record. So when the patient, if he's green, and then finally he turns red, the doctor wants to see his history. He's entitled to that. So we integrated it, the application or the solution with the diabetic center, and the diabetic center integrates it with the ophthalmology center. So the doctor can see how fast he's done. Now, the other day, one of the doctors called me, said, Doctor, you sent us a patient that really didn't need treatment. I said, yeah, but how he can need treatment in the next month. I'm not gonna let him. I would rather be safe than sorry. So my sensitivity is very high, but my specificity, purposely, I decreased it. I would rather have a lot of false positives and be on the safe side, because these patients are not 3 months, they're going to be seen in a month. So I said, listen, I'm sending you, but if I send you a couple of extra patients to be safe, you have to take that. Don't expect everything to be spoon-fed. So this is really what the application is. I'm really very proud of it. It's my baby. I saw it from here. Now I think right now it's a teenager. I'm hoping to be able to take it into an adult.
And you will. So, Dr. as you are paving the way for AI in Saudi, tell me about some of the challenges. Maybe challenges.
Yeah. It's been a roller coaster. It's been a roller coaster. If we can have the slide that has the next, I think it's yes, this one. Wow. So when I opened SEDM in 2019, it was just an idea I had. People, I talked to one of the ministers with that. And he said, you can't do it as an individual symbol. You have to have an entity. I'm like, no, but I'm not looking at it as a business. He says, open an entity. You cannot talk to people without an entity. So I did. So I opened it as an entity, and I called it SEDM. People think SEDM, Selwa. No. SEDM from Sedim. It's the galaxy, the Neda. In Lyon, this is what they tell us. Reach for the stars and land on the moon. Never come to Earth. And this is what I got from Lyon. So Lyon took me on, may God bless them, as their R&D with no obligations. Until I said, well, we trust you. The CEO had listened to me like 20 years ago. I was doing a lot of women empowerment lectures, and he remembered me. And his secretary, when I called to make the appointment, remembered me as the feisty resident. She said, we used to admire you because you used to be so bold and you used to stand against the male residents. And we used to applaud you from up, because I did not want anyone to, demind us because we're females. So here I meet the person in charge, and then the secretary loved me because she used to work at the eye hospital. Oh, Habibti, thank you. I can move it without bothering you. Very good. So technically speaking, with Lyon, I was able to deal with all these consulting companies as you see them, Oliver Wyman, McKinsey, and then they did a lot of legalities. And then I customized it. You can see it took me a year. I really wanted, I wasn't interested in getting some product and just selling it here. I'm not. I was interested in serving the community. So I took this product and I customized it. And in May 2022, I went to Sadaya. And I said to them, yeah. And sorry, before that, I went to the Saudi FDA. I will tell you something. Yes, they are regulators, but I have to give them credit. They are also now enablers. They are. They try to enable you. And I have to give, Saudi, yes, it was a roller coaster. It took forever. Lots of documents, you name it. But at the end, I finally got the Saudi FDA. So who do I go to next? Now I have the Saudi FDA. The images. So I went then to Sadaya. And then through Sadaya, you can see it. It didn't take long. But I thought, wait a minute. I have to Arabize it. It has to talk Arabic. Why do we just depend on the English? That took me about a year. And you can tell. I mean, to be able to feed it Arabic, and we would fail, and we would cry, and we would laugh, and we would, it was this beautiful roller coaster ride. And then we finally said, who do I want my clients to be? A lot of private entities were coming to me. Like, no, I'm not interested in this. It will have to be a business later to be able to be sustainable. That's why my son came and joined me. He said, Mom, I'm afraid I might come home one day and our home might not be there. You might mortgage it. Because I was just scooping everything out. So in reality, we went, I said, no, I want Wizard al-Sahha. That was just the biggest, it took us 18 months about, just to get the bid. And there was no other person, by the way. There was no other, nothing munafisin, there was no competitors. But it was just trying to change their mindset. Telling them, listen, stop this tradition, I'm giving it to you free. Just take it, I can afford it. And finally we got the bid. Oh, and we still have little glitches. I talked to my students. My last lecture was yesterday, or the day before yesterday. I tell them, don't think when Salwa Hazar wakes up, it's all roses. Every day it's a challenge. And if I don't find that challenge every morning, I can't exist. Nothing is given to me. I'm not used to taking anything on the silver platter. So we went to Wizard al-Sahha. Finally. Now, why did I choose Riyadh? Because I can go back and forth. People saw me في عريجة. They go, oh my God, she left King Salman, she left King Faisal Hospital, working at King Salman. I said, I'm not, I'm working with them. I practically lived there because we needed to iron out all the glitches. And we did. Persistence, ladies, patience. Don't let anyone stop you. Just keep on. And you're gonna get a lot of disruption. Just, you have a goal, go for it. And then after that, of course, we went to the King Salman. And now, as I mentioned, we have 7 centers. My goal, and I'm so happy now with the holding company because I know they're executors. My goal, by the end of this year, to at least get the national strategy. Every single patient today is diagnosed with diabetes, should have the right to be examined the following day, not when he has. You know what King Salman was doing before? Before this came in, when I was showing that, what were they doing? Patient would come in, go to the different that. Only when he complained about his eyes. Only when he complained, he would refer to the down photography. The optometrist didn't really know. They would take the photos, but they didn't know what it was. Then they would compile them, and then wait for the doctor who comes once every 2 weeks. Then Khulud, he would look at the result. Oh, when you didn't take the picture right. The patients is now. And then when they started, he would go through all the sectors, and then he would be referred. No. So they increased from 5 patients to 12 patients. I have a dashboard in my office, so when I click and I know how many patients were. They are seeing now up to 30 patients per day. I mean, from 5, and even the 5 they saw couldn't. I was in Baha. When I was in Baha, I went and I launched their solution there. And I hadn't launched it yet, and one of the diabetologists came to me. Dr. Salwa, thank you so much. I'm like, wait, why are you thanking me? I haven't even taught. She said, no, I came from Riyadh. I worked at the King Salman. I said, oh, I want to hear you more. She said, Doctora, wallahi al-azim, when the patient comes in, we don't look at his face. We look at his hand because he has, is it red or is it green? If it's red, khalas, We know that we have to refer him to all the other subspecialties. But if it's green, I sit back and I breathe. So this is where we say the window, the eye is the window to the eye. By looking in, we can, because if the patient is red, I promise you, if the patient is red, what does it mean? He's got advanced disease in his kidneys, he's got advanced disease in his heart. I had a patient come in my clinic when I was at the King Faisal. It killed me. She was proliferating in her eye. So I said to her son, Wallahi, ما حسويها laser ولا أعطيها injection. Astaghfirullah. Unless you take her to a nephrologist. Take her to the nephrologist. And so I delayed her appointment 2 days. She comes back. She has what? Renal dialysis. They put in the renal dialysis. It's crazy. This is where ophthalmology is a window. So these now endocrinologists love the program. Yesterday, one of the, she was a physical therapist who's doing it I'm trying to remember, there's so many, you know what she said to me? She said, Doctora, none of my mesmerized by your solution. A mother came to me. She had a handicapped child. She said, every time I take him for exam, I have to suffer the day before. And then he cries, and then I cry. Doctora, your solution, the first time I see my son doing this solution and coming out with a smile, and it only took 1 minute. This was a handicapped mother. She cried. She turned around to them. She says, whoever owns this, tell them that, because we were doing it free. She says, tell them thank you very much. No one knows it's me. You know, we just say it's the endowment. It's the MOH endowment. So I can't tell you how beautiful it is to be able to serve these underprivileged patients who do not have access to these specialized, and if they do get access, it's going to be a year by the time they come. This is really very devastating.
It is, but I see a lot of smiling faces, living your story with you, dreaming with you. You're empowering them to take, that faith and, believe in whatever mission they have and move forward. Can you give us the final advice to all the beautiful faces over here?
I will be very honest with you. We are changing the traditional health industry into a digital health industry through image analysis, which is through image analysis. By evolving it, so we are evolving it and transforming it by efficiency, by accuracy, and what's the most important thing? By sustainability. But what is the key word in this? Is accessibility. Why does a farmer who is totally illiterate and does not know how to read or write, why does he have a mobile? Have you ever thought of it? Because the price went down. He's able to access it. So accessibility. We are going to make this, and I want to really make it, we are going to make this accessible to everybody, regardless of their socio-economic status, and regardless of their, nationality. If you're in Saudi, you're going to get it. So what's my advice to you? Ladies, believe me, there is always a light at the end of the tunnel. You're going to be going, oh my God, I sit here. I've been now in the health industry since I started medical school 43 years. I could tell you stories that would make you cry. I come from a very conservative family who did not believe in medicine, didn't believe in education, okay, because they thought education was for the poor. And for us to go to the States and Dad taking us to the land of infidels, it's great. But what I would like to say to all of you young ladies and my generation, just be persistent and be patient. And last and not least, Dr. Khulud, I would like to say, had it not been for the government empowering the digital transformation and making it, we are now here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we are actually the leaders in the G20. Can you imagine? So if they had not empowered the country, the community, us as health providers, we would not be there. And last but not least, and I do have to close with this, I do have to give gratitude to His Excellency Engineer Abdullah Sawaha, because this man believes in women. And I will tell you, the Saudi woman, with all my respect to the other nationalities, has actually superseded the G20, superseded the EU, and with 30% participation, the Saudi woman has actually superseded the Silicon Valley with the 30% participation. This would not happen had it not been people like our government with His Royal Highness Hamad bin Salman, but more important, people like the minister believing in us females and pushing us forward. So thank you very much, Hudud. I hope that I was able to at least shed some light.
It's a pleasure having you, Victoria. Time passed by, we didn't feel it, and we feel like we want to go more, but for the respect of the time, we'll close. Thank you very much.
Dr. Salma and Dr. Cruz, first of all, I would like to thank you because today we're witnessing two, not one, leader in the field. And it's such an amazing time to be in Saudi Arabia. Sharing her story today, it just opens our eyes that this was not an easy journey for Saudi women back in the days. And today they're opening the doors for us younger leaders to go and pivot the way through the AI discoveries and also in medicine in general. So thank you both, because this was an inspiring talk. I wish next time we have like a full day just with you, Dr. Salwa, because we learned so much.
But Khulud has to be my moderator.
بإذن الله.
She brings the best out of me.
That would be my pleasure. To our role models here in Saudi Arabia.
It's with great pleasure that I stand by you today to introduce our distinguished keynote speaker. We're honored to have Dr. Dana Bakhit, the Director of the Center of Genomics at King Faisal Specialist Hospital and Research Center and Vice Dean of Females and Professor of Pharmacology at the College of Medicine and Al Faisal University, graced the stage, bringing her invaluable expertise to shed light on a topic that is revolutionizing in the field of medicine, computational genomics.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for the warm welcoming, everyone. My name is Dana Bakhit, and it's a great pleasure to have you today at WITS gatherings. Thank you, Dr. Arish, Dr. Noor, Dr. Khulud, my relative. I found one of my relatives. Thank you so much for this organization, and Safiya as well. Okay, I'm used to this desktop. I give lecture here, so I use this one. Here, as you know, in Saudi Arabia, we are so lucky to be living in an era of transformation and vision of 2030, an era of women empowerment, with all aspects of living and are being sculpted into versions that aligns with our best international practices, and where innovation and continuous progress is our normal. In this short talk, I'll be covering the personalized medicine at King Faisal Specialist Hospital, the data-driven approach of KFSH, and how it represents a solid base of pharmacogenomic implementation. If we read this code, the promise of artificial intelligence in medicine is to provide composite panoramic views of individuals' medical data to improve decision-making, to avoid errors, such as misdiagnosis and unnecessary procedures, to help in the ordering and interpretation of appropriate tests, and to recommend that I was part of it. And touch base on what's the value and importance of artificial intelligence in medicine is to improve our patient outcome, and while we are reducing the cost on the healthcare. Now, I will be covering in my outline of my lectures, as you see, our implementation of pharmacogenomic, first implementing artificial intelligence, how we started since 1990 till today, and then why pharmacogenomics in big data. And I touch base on some hospital that they started these pharmacogenomics and how we started to build our own internal pharmacogenomic, and then maybe a little bit about the Center of Genomics of Medicine where I work. This is maybe an overview of the King Faisal Specialist Hospital. Maybe Dr. Sawa, you know with how many patients you started, with how many beds, but if we start now to talk about King Faisal Specialist Hospital, it was established 1975 with more than 2,200 beds. So it's considered one of the largest hospital, and as well a lot of area of excellences, regional and national, in organ transplant, oncology, and now we have the genomic medicine. If we look at the statistics of the hospital, as you see, and you can tell the large number of patients that we have in the visiting the hospital as outpatient, as transplant, as ER. So this large number of patients really need high volume at different departments, needs large volume of data, and it's very obvious a need for AI in order to connect those departments. Where did I go? I'll go back. It's not mine. It's open, another one. It's okay. Okay, thank you. Now, if I will just give you a brief how the data was evaluated, the evaluation of clinical data science at King Faisal Specialist Hospital, it's very clear, as you see, digitalization of KFSH evolved over the decade. 1990 started, and the business intelligence, the 3D printing, the AI, the deep learning, next generation sequencing, and this is where all under also our personalized medicines has evolved this year. Now, it's very clear this big hospital with big patient entering and having all these evolution of digitalization, that really KFSH rely heavily on AI, on data. I'll just give some example of cases where the King Faisal Specialized Hospital rely, like you see in the operating room, is very clearly, it's very important to improve the utilization, where in the pharmacy, yes, there are too many reasons to rely on it, but one of them is to decrease patient waiting time at the pharmacy, and this is all to improve and supporting our patient. Now, another really case where the patient flow command control center, this regarding a breast cancer patient, we don't want any female to come and wait and come back for lab test and come back for an imaging and then take an appointment. This will take time for a physician to take a decision. So they're trying to have it in a few days. The patient come, do all the lab tests, all the needed, so that the physician can take decision and start the treatment. And it will be a quick decision for the. So this is all what you need. You need really AI behind it. These cases. Another clinical use now, if we talk about the pharmacy and the OR. Now let's talk even at the simple clinical cases where in the medical genetics, how we are using the AI. You know, they're using facial landmarks to detect rare diseases, so it helps them in diagnosis. Also, if you go to oncology, the input of MRI, the CT scan, and all these imaging, the PET scan, it will help them into deep learning models. These will be to localize, as you see in this picture, the outline tumor contouring. Now, also the radiology, as you know, in our radiology, we use the PACS and medical imaging system integration, this integration. This is also supporting with AI to have as well the automated reporting. So we covers the different hospitals, different departments, different clinics, and now the VR and the 3D printing, which are widely used in the Center of Autism at the King Faisal. This is to help the basic skill of our in-street crossing for our autistic patients. The 3D printing, as you know, in the dental clinic, in the oncology, also in the prosthetic limbs, so that to have this 3D model to be seen for the patient. Of course, these all, they need the AI behind it and big data. Now, this blue blocks, as you see, is the latest AI application in healthcare. As we mentioned, this shows summary of the latest application of AI. A big area in diagnostic. The other area, I mentioned some of it, but the big area of diagnostic where we improve diagnostic process, we can prevent errors in diagnosis and improve the test outcomes. This is where it lies also the personalized medicine, or if you like to name it, also precision medicine. medicine. This is our emerging approach for how to diagnose, to treat, to prevent, depending on what? Genetic variability among patient or amongst the population. Pharmacogenomic is the field that where you tailor to each patient his own medication. I'll take the medication, you take the medication, we have different responses. So, and this is rely heavily on our genetic makeup. So it's very clear now, there is no one size fits all. We have to tailor each patient his own medication. Now, maybe this is a cartoon, no? Okay, I don't know, there should be an arrows. Now, this is a cartoon that's showing you, cartoon figures showing you why different, see different clearly, there are different, and there are studies now, and it's very evidence that different patients respond differently. We give the same, the right dose for all in one clinic. One will have an adequate response. The other one, he may suffer from severe side effects. Others will be no effect or partial side effects. So this is clearly these interpersonal differences, as you see, clearly heavily depends. We need always do works, and we supported with publication or others people's work. So this is publication, medication, FDA approved medication, and 18% of 4 billion, they was done in 2018, showing how much we can have 1.5 million preventable adverse effect if we could study their genetic makeup. 100K in order. This is easily avoidable if you can use the pharmacogenomic testing or pharmacogenetic testing. Now, in this colorful bars, as you see, more recently, this is a more recent study that is published in 2020. As you see, they gather and display the collective evidence. This is evidence of the most common biomarkers and the department that are mostly affected by these actionable medication. As you see, we have CYP2D6 or CYP2C19. These are one of the enzymes that metabolizes our drugs. And it looks any mutation in these places, they will affect our response to medication. Now, they found this is the CYP2D6 is the most common biomarkers. Well, CYP2D6 metabolizes most of what? Psychiatric patient. So expect that psychiatric patient, they will have differences in their response. Where in oncology department, the most affected area of actionable drug was the oncology, as you can see from the figure to the right. So now it's very obvious that we need, based on our genetic information, we might need the right standard dose to give either the right or to reduce the dose or to double the dose or to remove totally this medication and replace it with another category of medication. This will depend on what? Doing the pharmacogenetic testing that really needs a lot of work, so AI, data, and a lot to be done in our infrastructure. Now, this is maybe a very simple example how it looks at pharmacogenomic testing. Very simply, you can see we say that if we have this diplotype or 1 star, it means the patient can take the medication. But if he got this 2 star diplotype from this CYP2C19, the recommendation is clearly clopidogrel should be avoided in term due to reduced active metabolites. So the patient should not take the medication. This information will not be known until we know all the variation of this patient. And we say variation is not mutation because I might live and die with this variation, nothing. Yani it's clear to as phenotype or any disease. But once we take this medication, it will show this variation among other patients. Now, in order to do this one, as you see it, a very simple, as she mentioned, Dr. Salwa, how to put it in the healthcare system to have the reporting. So we have to take the DNA, analyze it, get a lot of information of genetic, get the most variation, the common one. This is a lot of data. And then from this to relate it and integrate it with the international guideline, again, more data and more AI are, yani simply, we cannot do it, honestly, with this, whatever we're explaining in a very simple words and a small table. There is a need of AI, is very obvious. Cannot be taken or done by any simple statistician or by informatician or even a logarithm, where AI is very important. And as you see with those technological advances in genetic, genomic, whole genomic, and also the metabolomics, they need a massive influx of data. And AI is very important in our in area, this one. Now, as you see, this is a SWOT analysis showing the AI in personalized medicine. Maybe most of the lecture in the morning, they're talking about the strength of this AI, how it's simplifying and making things easy for us. Yes, you're right. It's really for the patient outcome and the decreasing adverse effect, saving time, less cost effectiveness. The opportunity, yes, is clear that we're improving our healthcare and also we're learning more and more knowledgeable, but we have to remember the weaknesses and the threat. The weakness, this is not available, as she said, Dr. Salwa, it's not available in any clinic. It should be, she pushed the AI for what? For the Ministry of Health. So also when I will talk about pharmacogenomic testing, it should be even in the Ministry of Health. And the threat, maybe it's for all genomic. It's having the policy, legislation, and advocacy, and the medical insurance, which applies all on any genomic testing. Now let's start with what are the international, when we start to build the pharmacogenomic at King Faisal, we have to benchmark ourselves who started this. So we saw the Mayo Clinic, the St. Jude's Hospital, St. Catherine, and many others. By the way, not too many healthcare institutes have done this pharmacogenomic testing in the state. Still, they are building it while you are just start about it now. Mayo Clinic, they have this right protocol saying the right dose with the right patient, right dose, right drug, right time. It should be all at the same time in order to achieve to be the patient benefiting from this medication. And as you see, those hospital really, they publish a lot of resources and publish many review articles that really they were available for us to take from their own experience. And most of them, they started maybe with 2 drugs, 3 drugs, and few genes, and they start to add on and on until now they can apply it on most of the department of the hospital. Now, what are the steps where this is the AI? Maybe details, I was involved. I was as a clinical scientist or as a pharmacologist, I couldn't know this, but they are pushing us and we have to push ourselves to understand how to have this, to understand this, the data, the storage, the steps. In order to select a platform, we need to know, are we going with the kit that's coming from a manufacturer with certain gene or medication, or we go with whole genome sequencing or whole exome? It's really, we have to decide. Then we decided it's better we start with our one of the department. Then we have to develop and validate those assays. Again, they need a lot of data. Then we need to report, as she, maybe Dr. Salwa, I said, I wish if I could say how we need to report it in a PDF or in a small table in the healthcare, in the electronic health of the patient. So this one, all these steps, as you see, they cannot be done without AI and big data. Now, we are lucky at the King Faisal Specialist Hospital that we have this infrastructure. Pharmacogenomic, depending on our large number of servers running in the hospital, also the big data storage that we have it, that we can start to build. And we are really very supported from the HITA, which is the healthcare informatician, healthcare healthcare informatics, HITA, technology affairs. Technology affairs at the hospital. They're so supportive of our work, and we are starting now to do our own pipeline. And we started really it wasn't easy to decide which department, which medication, which I think most of the hospital, they were publishing about the same stories and the chaos, where to start. So then we decided, why don't we start again like other hospital with few medication, few gene, build them, have the report, have it so that the physician will be easily, as she said, Dr. Hassalwa, I don't know, it goes directly within few seconds. I don't think so. It will take us few seconds. It will take us more, because until we analyze the genetic profile, we need at least 1 week, honestly. So, but it's still something within 1 week. The physician can put his patient on a certain medication, and then he can change it directly. Now, maybe I'll just touch base on our center genomic. The center genomic is we were part of research center, but now we are part of the healthcare, where our vision and mission, it's to wave the way for healthier, to diagnose, treat, and even prevent any disease for these patients through the practice of personalized medicine or precision. Now, the 4 pillar of the genomic medicine, also to understand, prevent, diagnose, I just took whatever it was on the pharmacogenomic. We have to understand where we sit really, and we read a lot and ask a lot, and we benchmark our work. So we need to understand what's needed for us, talk to the physician. We found a lot of really major problem in the psychiatry, the neuro, the cardio. They give the same medication, this patient responds, this patient doesn't respond. It will take them time to adjust, to change so we've done this first part. Really, this is all we're doing it to prevent what? The adverse drug of effect, or to have the best choice of medication for this patient, to have genetic profiling for each patient. Not only for this medication, we're trying to do it on a bigger scale, that it will be like a PDF report, will be taken and used in any hospital, so that anytime he come back to another clinic, he can use this profile, and they will look, because the variation, it will not change anyway. These are the variation for the patient for life. And then to treat them in the best way. Now, our goals of pharmacogenomic is to start with the pilot study in the cardiovascular, and then really we are facing a lot of obstacles, but really well adjusting and facing it. And then we will implement it on a bigger scale to be applied on all departments. But not all departments, not like Panadol. There are certain departments that treat oncology, psychiatric, that really they need actionable drugs. So we need to take those medication, take our genetic profile, and then work on it and tailor it for us. And also we're keeping in our mind that we might find variation that's not recorded internationally. So we are working on our own models that will be improved and fine-tuned for higher accuracy. So now at the end, data is our future, and it's our responsibility to utilize it. It was difficult for me to enter in an area, it's not my specialty, but we were forced to enter and use it from every aspect for our lives. We can use it for researcher, for healthcare, for engineers. I'm sure it's very helpful in all aspects. I would like to thank you and for giving us this opportunity to have all our data, or the information that I learned from the AI, to add it to my lecture today. Thank you so much. We'll leave the question at the end, right? Thank you so much.
Ask away.
Thank you. Robot is talking.
Thank you, Dr. Dana, for enlightening us on this amazing topic. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Arwa Al-Abdelkarim from the National Center of Robotic and Artificial Intelligence at CACST, as she shares her expertise in health-related robotics design.
are trained to act a certain way, give certain answers. It used task trainers which are basically, like models that are designed to just, perform a certain skill, give injections, do intubations and such, or full body mannequins. However, with time, we are noticing a huge, undeniable shift towards the use of more advanced technology and AI when it comes to simulation. The fusion between simulation training and AI opens huge doors to a lot more engaging, a lot more diverse, and a lot more immersing experiences for physicians. Now, how can AI help us when it comes to simulation? First of all, there are various, like I would say, tens or maybe hundreds now, virtual simulation platforms where what's it called? Where you can, like behind the screen, you are doing all of the, like clinical management and assessing of a virtual patient. There's also a lot of virtual reality solution using VR glasses, a lot of augmented reality solutions that are even further. And we're actually starting to use AI systems in case writing and script writing. Now, when we talk about virtual simulation, Al Faisal is currently using these three platforms, Full Code, Body Interact, and iHuman. Different platforms have different pros and cons. Like this talk is meant to give you just a taste of what's in the market. There are really tons of solutions out there. Some of them are, they're tablet friendly. You can open them on your mobile or on an iPad and use them. So that makes them very easily accessible to students. Others require, like a PC and a more advanced technology. With clinical training of physicians, what these do is that they give you a taste of the same experience. You get to ask the same questions. You get to do the same, the same skills. And when it comes to teaching new doctors algorithms and management of new conditions, these come handy very much. So these actually reduce the cost of training when integrated into systems. And another fun way of using them would be if the institution is, like subscribing, to match the number of students. So you can use these platforms to give engaging assignments to your students. So you can tell them, go over a case and then come to the session so that they're more prepared. And when they're actually going through an actual immersive simulation on an SP or on a mannequin, they're performing better. Now, when it comes to virtual reality, you want to add more, engagement to these situations. Just, let's see, can we play this? This isn't right. Okay.
Oh no, it's just okay.
It's not. Oh, well, that's fine. Okay. So I've added links to all videos that I have on this presentation for your, you can explore them later at your convenience. What this video was meant to show you is basically what the world looks like behind a VR lens. So how a VR lens can greatly enhance the experience of the learners. How instead of just sitting behind the screen, how you can be more like closer to that virtual patient that you're supposedly assessing. There is even more advanced technology now using Microsoft HoloLens and HoloPatient platform that instead of using just VR and cartoonish figures, it uses holograms of real humans and trained actors. And those actors are basically, the way they would mimic that they're in pain, the way they would give you answers, the prompts that are there, the vital signs are more dynamic. It's all a lot more engaging and it looks a lot more realistic. So again, links are in the video for you. Links are in the presentation for you guys to see. Now, virtual reality has been implemented, extensively when it comes to surgical training. Surgical training, we have it's either through one machine that's designed to just train you for one particular surgery. Example is what's the image here showing laparoscopic surgical training with haptic feedback for an even more immersive experience and very realistic imaging. Or you can use augmented reality to teach, students on physical examination, for example. So this picture is an example of a model that we have in Al Faisal, which is like an abdominal examination model that uses VR to help you, feel, choose what pathology you want to examine for, and then feel for that pathology. And then there are, again, a lot of platforms that would give you, they would give you a feel that you're in the OR itself, doing a specific surgery, which will eliminate completely the limitation to clinical training, which is that it's exposure based. So now all our students will be exposed to the same thing, and we expect them to be performing greatly when they are to be exposed to these things in a real setting. Now, a huge concern comes when we talk about these platforms is that, okay, they're not humans. So how do we talk to them? Are they going to help us, train our students on communication skills, which are an integral part of a good physician? They need to have good communication skills. So unfortunately, since we cannot play videos, this will not work. However, this video, there's a platform which is called Empathic. They are basically, it's a virtual patient that recognizes the tone of voice, the eye contact, the body language of the physician that's interacting with it. And its responses are, they're accordingly. So they're not, they don't sound robotic. They actually interact with the physician in front of them. And this video was an example of a physician breaking bad news to that virtual patient, telling her that she has leukemia, but in a very guarded and, dismissive way. And that virtual patient was reacting and telling it, just walk away, leave the room. And then they would show you how, when that physician changed his behavior, how the virtual patient also changed her response. And this is a very interesting platform that we use to train, the newly joining students in first year, especially on communication skills, which is a nice introduction to the whole, clinical training journey for them. An example of case in SP script writing is the use of AI chatbots. An example here is using ChatGPT, whatever model that's available, or even other AI chatbots to create a case for you or an SP script, which are things that we usually use, extensively. I'm glad this is at least a good picture. So this shows you, no, I don't think it's clear. So this shows you like an example prompt. So you can tell it you're an expert in medical simulation. Compose an SP script for a 50-year-old man complaining of vomiting for the past 3 years. You can give it whatever associated symptoms you want it to come up with you. And then the script it's gonna create is actually in a patient's own words. So it's giving it what the patient is actually expected to say, instead of just facts about what you expect the case to be like. And it's really interesting. There's a disclaimer here that this is AI. It's not an actual physician, so a lot of review needs to be done. But it's amazing for giving you an outline, and it was actually really helpful in creating this presentation that I'm giving to you today. Now, here at Al Faisal, we believe that this is just the beginning to a very exciting new era of medical education, simulation training, and healthcare in general. We are committed to always delivering cutting-edge educational experiences to our students. We are in the process of creating a simulation center that's state-of-the-art simulation center. Most of the tools that I showed you in this presentation are tools that we actually utilize in our center, and we're still in the process of getting more equipment and to train our students to adapt to the healthcare advancement and technologically advanced healthcare in the future. We also started a master's program in medical education and simulation training in collaboration with MGH Institute from the state, where we teach students on simulation training, medical education, and with a heavy focus on technology when it comes to these aspects. Thank you all for listening. If you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you, Dr. Salah, for this insightful talk. Distinguished guests, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Hawazin Badawi from Al University. Today, Dr. Hawazin will share her insights on the immense potential of digital twins for revolutionizing healthcare and wellness. Please welcome Dr. Hawazin.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just wondering where is my presentation? Yeah, here you go.
Do you need this? Or can I show you something?
Go ahead, please.
What's this? Your slides?
Yeah.
Can you put that here? Make sure it's showing.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm really honored to be among these brilliant minds today, and it's my pleasure actually to listen to all the interesting talk starting from the morning with everyone. And a special thanks to the organization of this amazing event. A special thanks to Dr. Arija Al-Wabil and Dr. Noor Sadoun. And it's my pleasure to talk about my field of expertise, which is what's up digital twins. First of all, I would like to tell you something a little bit about myself. I was born and raised in Mecca and did my bachelor degree in computer science at Al University. And then I did my master's in electrical and computer engineering at University of Ottawa and continued to do my PhD in the same in computer science. And currently, I'm applied AI assistant professor at University in the Department of Computer Science. And before starting my talk, I would like to ask you all, if you don't mind, to scan this QR code, because I'm wondering about your awareness, if you heard about digital twins before or not. And I'll give you a couple of minutes to do so. Thank you. It's just to ask if you heard about digital twins before or not. Yes. Okay, so with the spread of different technologies nowadays, with the big data, cloud computing, data analytics, Internet of Things, and AI, that all work towards the data-driven decision support system, we can look at the digital twins as an enabling technology. And in fact, it comes at the forefront for the Industry 4.0 revolution. And actually, digital twins as a concept, it's not a brand new one. It exists since the 70s and has been used for the first time ever by NASA for Apollo 13 and extensively used in the industrial life. However, there is a recent movement right now, like it was starting like in around 2015 or 2016 by many professors worldwide, to move the use of the digital twins from the industry world to benefit of humans and smart cities that we lived in. So I will start my presentation by answering the 5W questions about the digital twins. What is a digital twin? The digital twin, as a terminology to be used for human and smart cities, was given by Griffiths in 2003. And there is, before defining this or giving a brief definition about this concept, there is many misunderstanding for the digital twin concept compared to the digital model, digital shadow, and digital twin compared to the digital twin itself. So first of all, I would like to give the definition actually. The digital twin is stated as a digital replica for a living and non-living physical object by bridging the physical and virtual world. So we will not have this like borderline to differentiate between the reality and the virtual world. And this is actually the future of technology. And the misunderstanding, as I mentioned before, it's for the digital model. The digital model actually is a system that is being established for any existing object or existing physical object. The point is that in the digital model, there is no right connection between the actual and the actual object and the system. So any change in the existing object will not be reflected in the digital model. So it's one time happen and that's it, based on the definitions. The digital shadow, on the other hand, it gives like or reflects the changes in the actual object in the reality. However, there is no feedback from the system itself, which is the digital system, to go back to the actual object. And that's exactly what the digital twin do, to have a bidirectional interaction between the actual object and the digital twin simultaneously, and that is updated in a synchronized way without any intervention. That's regarding what is the digital twin. Regarding who will benefit and when and where it will be used, actually, wherever there will be an AI application, there will be a digital twins, because the AI application are the core component for developing the digital twin. And actually, we can use it, and that's what I will talk about it in the health and for the health and well-being of human being. The field of the smart city is one of the most field that will benefit from the concept of the digital twin, and the literature is a very like in a hot trend right now for the smart cities and for healthcare, and also in the finance, in logistics, transportation, in any other field that will help or serve human being. There will be the beneficial application for the digital twins. Why digital twins? According to Gartner, and here I just would like to give advice for everyone who's working in the digital field to look at Gartner report that usually produced by the end of the year. They mentioned in their hype cycle in 2022 that digital twin is the third of the top 7 technological trends in 2022. And the investment worldwide for the digital twins, it will jump from 9 billion in 2022 up to 150 billion into 2030. So this is a very promising fact about this technology and its importance. And actually, I'm really glad to be standing here in front of you today and talking about it, because when I first came from Canada and saying that digital twin is a new technology, even at my university, nobody recognized what is it. And it's actually, I told them it's the next step after the AI, or the realization, or the main enabler for the AI. And I remember that last June in 2022, when Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the Wali al-Ahd, when he mentioned or announced the line in New York, he was the first one to mention the digital twins since I came to Saudi. And I was really glad at that moment, because since then it started to be a very hot terminology. I don't want to say a buzzword, because it's going to be the reality in the next 5-10 years. And actually, alhamdulillah, and by attending LEAP, and I was really glad that I found already Lean, which is initiative right now. Another, that's from the industrial or the reality perspective. From the literature perspective, for those researchers who are interested in this topic, by referring to a recent literature review, it shows that 66% of the publications about digital twins is in the manufacturing, which is the actual place for implementing this technology. However, 15% is for healthcare, which shows that it is the first life aspect or field that will be the suitable and the most important field to implementing the digital twin technology in. And also, of course, the smart cities, because it is the reality that we're living right now. And the next step, which is the cognitive city, will be enabled by the digital twins technology. Here, I will talk you to go over this diagram that shows the digital twins for health and well-being, which is the NCR Lab Initiative and Project. I'm glad that I was working under the supervision of Professor Sadiq, who was one of the pioneers worldwide to promote the movement or the application of digital twins from the industrial field toward serving the human being and the smart cities. So as you can see, we can see that digital twins count as, or we look at it as the convergence for different multimedia technologies, from the data perspective, from the multimodal interactions, from the AI components, cybersecurity. It all involved in the big picture for developing the digital twins for human. Digital twins, based on this model, are characterized by these 7 characteristics, and at top of them is the unique identifier. Because when we want to say that we want to have a digital twin for a human, we should keep your unique identity as a human in the real life, and that was my area of, or my focus in my PhD thesis, which I will talk about in a little bit. Also, as you can see, the other characteristics that the digital twins will support the sensors and actuators, the artificial intelligence, the communication perspective, representation, and trust and privacy and security. So, according to that model, we propose the twins ecosystem that you will see the framework for it in the next slide, based on 4 different studies that we conducted in this regard. First of all, the character list that was listed based on the Professor Sadiq proposed model. And also we did the personal health system requirement as an output of an extensive systematic literature review that we conducted on personal health devices standardized compliance system. Because standardization actually considered as the start step to develop the digital twin, as well as in any other system. And as Dr. Selva mentioned, that to be able to apply or to have the product or the software available, it should be regulated first, and that's what we care about in our proposed system. Also, based on the ubiquitous biofeedback described in one of our publications in the lab and the cyber-physical reference model that was also developed in the lab, we were able to provide or to come up with the D-Twins, which is a digital twins ecosystem for health and well-being. So you can see the difference between the first model diagram and this diagram. The picture starts to be clearer to us since we have the actor, which is the user, we have the 3 main components that we should have a data source, and then we have an AI inference engines that including all these steps and procedures inside it, and the multimodal interactions for sure by guarantee the communication and privacy of the user, and important the quality of the experience for the user himself. And as you can see, these are the components of the ecosystem. After that, we were able to propose the Health 4.0 concept as defining it as the digital twins for health and well-being. And that's going to be the future for especially the proactive well-being, because based on the systematic literature review, most of the traditional healthcare systems are reactive system. So when the patient or when the person become sick, he visited the hospital. But the care right now in the new dimension, as everyone mentioned, is starting early in the morning in their talks, that we should look at user-centric, not even patient-centric, because they mentioned we are looking for interact with users themselves before interacting with the health organization in the society. Now, let me give you a brief idea about my thesis, which was the digital twin DNA, in which I devised a DNA paradigm for modeling the health digital twins for individuals. And alhamdulillah, it was nominated for Best Thesis Award at the University of Ottawa. The motivation, as I mentioned, we have multiple sources of citizens' health data and huge amount of data that are not being utilized in a proper way and preferential way for the people. And also the health organization worldwide are motivating the promotion toward increasing the quality of life and enhancing human being and citizens' quality of life. By referring to the literature, I found that the majority was adopting the hospital patient concept, which is the traditional model for citizens' health digital twins that can act as a base for developing their digital twins while protecting their unique identity. So what I care about is the first characteristic, which is protecting your unique identity as a citizen, an individual, and as a member in your community, whether you are an adult or a child or an elder individual, or as a member in your city. Accordingly, I was thinking of, as a digital twin, I'm making a digital twin for a real twin, who is the individual. And suddenly I was thinking, why we don't make a digital twin DNA for every human being that make him distinguished and unique in the virtual world? And that's exactly was the question. How can we design a unified model of citizens' health digital twins that takes into consideration health data at different levels and perceive the unique identity of each citizen? And by utilizing the well-known model for the double helix DNA and merge it with the digital twins concept, I came up with the concept of digital twin DNA and proposed the paradigm to build the digital twins for citizens by building analogy between the biological DNA model and our proposed model, and using the 4 influencing factors to define the 4 bases for the digital twin DNA. So I did an extensive research in this regard and found that the human or an individual identity at a given moment is specified by 4 factors: by him or her, by his or her anthropometric data as an individual, by his location and the time and the context and the task that you're doing at this given moment. So accordingly, I built up a mapping between a DNA model and the digital twin DNA, so I can have the digital twin for the real twin representing him as an individual or citizen, or as a member in a community, or as a citizen live in a given city. So accordingly, I can have the individual or citizen digital twin DNA, the community digital twin DNA, and the city digital twin DNA. And the proposed model shows that I use the same ATCG, like building blocks and bases. However, the T in this model represents the task, the A represents the anthropometric data for individual citizens, while it represents the authority for the community and city level, and the C represents the context, which is environmental context or any other context that affect the data collection at the moment of building the digital twin, and the G represents the geotemporal data for that model. Oh my God, I don't know what's, it's actually a video. It shows the different level, the micro, meso, and macro level for building the digital twin DNA. Here in this part, we have the data source, whether it comes from a hard sensor or soft sensor, or it comes from the authority data that is available. We feed it to the standardization module, which is working on standardizing the data. For individual level, we worked on the ISO IEEE X73 standard for personal health devices in order to standardize data. And for the community and cities, we worked on the ISO 121 standard for sustainable and quality of life standard. And after that, in this part, the collected data goes to the AI core component in order to feed the data and have the AI work get done. And then the digital twin DNA model is built, and finally it is visualized in order to be presented and synchronized with actual twin. Now the movement is shown, but the part are not shown, but that's fine. To prove the concept, I did actually a digital twin DNA paradigm at the micro level for physically active citizens, where I estimated the McTack threshold toward building digital twin DNA for physically active citizens in collaboration with one of the organizations in the city of Ottawa, which is responsible about helping people to be more active. For the community or meso level, I was able to build the digital twin DNA for the community fitness in Las Vegas and Oklahoma City due to the data availability in this regard. And for the macro level, which is the city level, I was able to build the digital twin DNA for Quebec City and Boston. And to conclude, I will say that the way, the road is still far away to have a complete digital twin that is fully implemented, and there is several challenges toward developing and actually 100% working digital twins, represented in 5 main challenges according to the literatures, which are the IT infrastructure, the data the privacy and security, the expectation, and the standardized modeling. That's it for my talk today, and I hope you enjoy it and learn about the digital twins, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Hawazin, for this insightful talk. We'll now take a short break for lunch and noon prayers from now till 2 p.m. Please use this time to engage in networking and meaningful conversations with your fellow participants. Thank you. You can find the food to be outside right now. Welcome back. We're going to continue in just a few minutes.
ايه يعني ما وصف ايوه انا
Refresh. Yes. Sorry, just refresh. Do you want to review your slide deck?
أبغى أشوف هذه يصير هنا
التزمتي
لا المفروض أسوي لا أتزم افتحيها
هم حاطينها كعمود
حط أنا حطيتها كيف أشغلها؟
سلايد شو
أي سلايد شو أسوي سلايد شو
لا تاتش بالماوس عندك الباوربوينت نفسه
مع إنها سلايد شو ديك صح؟
الحين تسوي سلايد شو بس نفس هذه نفس جوجل سلايدز formatted it as an image نفس الفيديوز اللي قبلها نفس المشكلة صارت
مع مين؟
مع 3 speakers they had videos in their slides
طيب تنادي بس هي عندها نزلتها
اوكي بس one second قاعدة أحاول أفتحها بالباوربوينت اللي هم حاطينه
لا السلايدز لا تشتغل الفيديو فلازم أشغل من الباوربوينت أنا ما عندي
No, it's PowerPoint. Can you send it to me? I checked it here. Yeah, this is it. It's formatted as a picture. Do you have the original Google Slides?
Yes, I sent it. دكتورة أريد.
يفوت معنا على اللايف ستريم يقول لنا ممكن ما يفوت.
لا سويناه اللي قبلها وفتح ممكن يفوت.
البرزنتيشنز اللي قبل كان عندهم فيديوز أنا كانت شوية فيديوز.
صح الحين هذه ما تشتغل، هذا الفيديو هنا المفروض شغل أنا تبيها كذا.
picture.
أيوة أوكي.
لا تصنفر.
If you can spare me 5 minutes to send me the video, I can do it. Assalamu alaikum, welcome back. So we would like to continue our session by having Dr. Noor Saadoun, the esteemed director of Biotech Incubator and Health Innovation Center at Faisal University, deliver a captivating talk on digital transformation in healthcare. Dr. Noor will provide valuable insights into how digital technologies reshape healthcare. Prepare to be inspired as she shares her expertise and unveils the transformative potential of digital transformation in revolutionizing healthcare practices.
Thank you, Leah. Good afternoon. I hope you guys enjoyed your afternoon break. I heard that a couple of you is already establishing projects. This is exactly the point of this forum, is to create this network, to sit, think together and support each other as women in the data science. So we're having technical issues, which is not supposed to happen in an AI forum, but this is exactly great because that's the lesson learned, because AI does come with technicality issues, with policy issues, with experience issues, and this is what we're discussing today. So I'm going to be going through the AI transformation healthcare in Saudi Arabia journey. We were supposed to play a video to introduce the AI application in healthcare and get you more and a more understanding or a scope of the AI application when it comes to medicine and science. The video is not playing, but I'm hoping that we can say briefly that AI is the future. AI is not just a trend. It's not a hashtag on Twitter. It is not something that will pass. It's actually our future and the way we're going to be living. I mean, if you look at your phone, it can predict what you think. It knows that I want pizza today, even without me saying it. It knows that I'm looking for this certain brand without me even Googling for it. We are being in a world that is all surrounded by AI and data. So it's fascinating. The application of artificial intelligence is fascinating to revolutionize the healthcare by improving diagnostic, increasing the precision medicine, and decreasing discrepancies. However, it's amazing to know that Saudi Arabia has expanded their application when it comes to AI. 2 months ago, في mid Ramadan, it was published by Stanford University that Saudi Arabia is the second globally when it comes to AI literacy. It means that we are ready. We are more exposed. We are more exposed. We are more familiar with AI application. And this is important. I mean, Saudi Arabia to be second globally, that we are ready, it means that we know the issues and we're ready to tackle these issues. So one of the most important examples to mention is the role of Sadaya. We had earlier Dr. Mona Ahmed. She had an amazing presentation introducing the role of Sadaya as a huge partner when it comes to responsible implementation of AI initiatives. The Sadaya has been the forefront in promoting AI adoption in healthcare, and it established various initiatives, including the NHIC. So the NHIC, which stands for the National Health Informatics Center, it utilizes the data that's been published around in the country. It analyzes and integrates electronic health data, medical imaging, genetic profiling, and then using the AI algorithm to generate an insight for personalized medicine and healthcare. So another example is the صحة Virtual Hospital. There are 2 virtual hospitals around the world. One is in the US, I think if I'm not mistaken, Merlin. The second one is here in Saudi Arabia. And if you ever visited the صحة Virtual Hospital, it's not a hospital. It looks like a Google office, high-tech, digitalized area. So صحة Virtual Hospital is an amazing example of a successful story in integrating AI in healthcare as a solution to enhance patient care. صحة Hospital has powered the artificial intelligence and digitalization. They have supported medical staff by decision making through introducing AI application and AI technologies. They have established so many forums discussing the cross-border digitalization of healthcare. They have amazing, tremendous efforts when it comes to AI algorithm by enhancing the medical imaging using the radiologist expertise for analysis to the accurate disease detection. Another example that they use is the NLP, which is the natural language processor, which is a technique that is used to extract information from medical patient record to predict. So basically, it's exactly what you use the data to know what's going to happen next for someone. So this is an amazing approach by a صحة Virtual Hospital. So all of that is amazing. Wow, we have all of these applications, we have all of these transformation happening, but there are issues when it comes to AI. Nobody wants their data to be handled by someone we don't know or we don't trust. AI security, the policies and regulations around it is important to discuss, and especially in today. We are moving towards the Web3. The world is changing. We know that the world that we're living in today is not going to be the world that we're living in tomorrow. But AI is moving so fast. Just like ChatGPT, when you ask a question, you can get the whole full book in 2 seconds. But policy making needs, regulatory, we need experience, we need lesson learned. So it's a slower pace compared to the AI transformation. So it's not a local issue, it's a global issue. There is a lack of standardization in the regularization of AI in healthcare and cross-border globally. Also, there are challenges surrounded the patient's privacy, data security, and ethics. Because let's be honest, when it comes to AI, it's a machine learning. So basically, let's imagine that AI is a car, and we put the fuel, and it comes to 90 or عندك 90. You cannot drive a Ferrari on a 90. It will break down. This is exactly what happens. Garbage in, garbage out, you'll break down. AI needs clean data for us to predict something. And for us to get that data, we need regulation around it. So there is so much issues here, but however, Sadaya, we know that is working tirelessly with regulatory bodies to enhance these regulations. So we are not supposed to invent the wheel. As I said earlier, the process of policy making takes time. So we're not supposed to establish everything from the beginning. We need to lesson learn. We need to see what countries and sister nations have done around this area and take their examples and try to establish what's best for us here in Saudi Arabia. So one example, and I want to benchmark my experience in Poet Foothills Hospital. So POET is an international benchmarking for the precision oncology ecosystem of trials at Foothills Hospital. I worked in this program since it was an idea that my supervisor was joking about it in his office, and I thought he was a nerd. I was like, why would someone be so interested in data? I thought they were just numbers. Who cares about data? But knowing now, I know that the data is the reason why we are living in future. So the Poet has established an amazing projects on focusing the precision oncology and AI-driven personalized cancer detection. In my case, we focus on the lung cancer disparities using data and AI algorithm. Before we have established this project, there were days where we had to sit down, extract the data retrospectively and prospectively, and then discuss how we're going to be training our machine learning using an algorithm. And then we ended up with clinical records. We ended up with collecting clinical records and medical imaging day and night tirelessly. But the results were amazing, where we were able to predict treatment efficiency and providing personalized medicine. One of our findings or observations, I would say, is that women are more prone to lung cancer without even smoking. And guess why? Because of our hormones. So women are prone to have lung cancer because we're just women. And this is something that we were able to predict using artificial intelligence and data. So this is one amazing example that Poet has started. So there was a hype around Poet when it started in Calgary, Alberta. So we were expanding from Alberta to Ontario, and they created pillars to address when it comes to such program. Because first we need to benchmark addressing the data privacy and security. Canada is just like the United States. There are states. Each state has its own policies, and it was a good learning curve experience where we sat down with policymakers from different entities, from Ontario, Montreal, from Vancouver, Calgary, where we sat down and discussed the differences in our policy making. So it was so important that there was a robust protocols been established, an infrastructure been made to ensure the compliance of our data protection and regulations, as well as advancing the encryption methods that's used to safeguard the data and establishing founding of AI algorithm. So that's how it started. So when it worked within the country, that's when they expanded globally. Another pillar that they worked on is standardizing AI regulations and guidelines. The Poet program recognizes the critical need of standardizing regulations through actively collaborating. So it's something like this, that what we're doing today is creating the ecosystem to collaborate, sit, and discuss, to ensure a consistency of quality care and also for frameworks. The third pillar is addressing the ethical consideration, and I would like to share a story here. Because to address the ethical consideration, you need to be mitigate bias. You need to aim that your data invest in a diverse data set that represents and ensures a fair and equitable prediction. So yes, the story that I wanted to discuss is that I was pleased to join the National Cancer Center in Tokyo. And I remember every Monday morning we would sit and discuss their predictions, their findings, their clinical trials outcome. And it was all amazing, but it was very good to be true. So me being Noor, very outspoken, I raised my hand and I was like, this is amazing, but I think it's bias. And they looked at me, what do you mean? So I was like explaining that, Japanese are just like Saudi Arabians. Their ethnicity background is very unified. And you cannot state a statement saying, oh, this works for lung cancer, using only the data set from Japan. So the very next day in the morning, I was called into the CEO office. And I honestly thought that they're going to put me on the first plane back to Canada. I thought I was in trouble. So I walked in and he was like, are you the one who criticized our work? I was like, I didn't criticize, it's more of pointing out the issue. But I think, in my humble opinion, coming from Canada, knowing that Canadians are more diverse, their set of data samples is more diverse when it comes to ethnicity. And I think contrasting your findings, using the Canadian sample to compare, is actually going to give more impactful findings. So guess what? He flew back with me to Canada and we worked together on the Poet program. So this is another example, and this is something that we need to do here in Saudi Arabia, because as much as we want to work on AI, we need to start data sharing. But data sharing is not an easy process. To do it, we need good regulations and policies around the data security. And then this will enable us to share with the sister countries in the nation, whether it was the Gulf first and then the MENA region. And then that's when we can enhance our predictions, our trials, our findings, and AI applications into healthcare. So lesson learned. POET was an experience where we were addressing ethical biases, diverse representations, and the most importantly, which I really would like to focus, is collaboration. It's always important to bring people from different backgrounds, whether it was a patient to understand their journey, stakeholders, donors, businessmen, physicians, whatever the background is. That dynamic dialogue, it actually gives you the answer to the policy issues that we're facing today. So where are we in Saudi? We are in the future. Trust me when I say Saudi Arabia is advanced. We are ready, but we are very careful when it comes to AI policies and AI applications. We need to remember what Mohammed bin Salman, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman, always referred to as quality of life. So in every application, whether it was AI or even the metaverse, we're looking for the quality of life. And to secure the quality of life, we need to secure the privacy of people. Thank you.
We'd like to thank you, Dr. Noor, for this amazing talk. Next on our agenda is Dr. Asil Dawood, founder and CEO of Bayan Data Analytics. She'll be joining us in a few seconds.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معاكم أسيل الداود. I'm really honored to be part of today's event. I was supposed to be with you today, but things happen as always for us. So I wasn't able to attend in person, but I'm joining and really happy to be part of this glorious event in Riyadh. Virtually, and really happy that I'm going to talk about this great initiative, which is Women in Data Science, that we every year that we root for, every year that we talk to as many entities as we want, and as many entities and as many women actually that we aspire. We enjoy being part of this community. It contains really the most and the greatest women, Saudi women around the kingdom from all over Saudi Arabia. So allow me, I'll switch to Arabic. I really like to present my presentations usually in Arabic. حياكم الله جميعا. سعيدة بوجودي معكم اليوم. معكم أسيل الداود. يعني العادة ألبس الكثير من القبعات. القبعة اللي راح ألبسها الآن في هذا العرض بإذن الله للحديث عن ملتقى المرأة في علم البيانات، خصوصا ملتقى المرأة في علم البيانات المملكة العربية السعودية. أو اللي هو البراند اللي تم إنشاءه السنوات الماضية وما زالت مستمرة كل هذه السنوات. طبعا لما احنا نتكلم عن ملتقى المرأة في علم البيانات ونركز على المملكة العربية السعودية، دائما نقتبس من رؤى ومن أحاديث ومن ملاحظات القيادة الرشيدة في مجال تمكين المرأة في جميع المجالات، وخصوصا في مجال التقنيات الناشئة، العلوم التقنية وغيرها من المجالات الأخرى. فهذا التمكين بحد ذاته ليس فقط يساعدنا على التمكن والوصول إلى مناصب قيادية، ولكن أيضا يساعدنا على أننا نكون جزء من مجتمع يتطور ويتحسن ويحصل على فرص ويتمكن من طاقاته للوصول إلى الغايات الكبرى، منها بناء مستقبل المملكة العربية السعودية وتنمية المجتمع وتنمية الاقتصاد. يعني حتى الآن أتوقع الجميع عنده overview أو معرفة كبيرة في وجودكم اليوم. هذا دليل على وعيكم بمبادرة ملتقى المرأة في علم البيانات، وهي مبادرة احنا نسعى من بدء ظهورها إلى أننا نحولها إلى مبادرة محلية أثرها داخليا وخارجيا ممكن يكون من ذات التأثير الأكبر وذات التطور الأسرع. فملتقى المرأة الهدف منه تسليط الضوء على القدرات التقنية الموجودة داخل الدول، وخصوصا في مجالات علوم البيانات والذكاء الاصطناعي. بدأت في عام 2015 في نوفمبر في جامعة ستانفورد. دائما لما أتذكر يعني وأفكر في Women in Data Science أو ملتقى المرأة في علم البيانات، تخيل أن بدايتهم كانت بداية أي مجموعة من الفتيات الشغوفات في المجال، وعندهم الرغبة في أن هذه المعرفة توصل لأكبر عدد ممكن. فالفريق اللي يعمل الآن في جامعة ستانفورد صار من الفرق الكبيرة في الجامعة المتمكن في هذا المجال، اللي عندهم الخبرة إن للتطوير والتحسين، وتحولت من أنها مبادرة بسيطة لقاء سنوي داخل الجامعة إلى لقاء سنوي يدار على مستوى العالم، وأصبحت حركة عالمية تتضمن مبادرات مختلفة وتتكون من 500 سفيرة حول العالم. أغلب دول العالم تشارك في هذه المبادرة. وإحنا نتطرق اليوم إلى دورنا إحنا في المملكة العربية السعودية، وكيف وصلنا إلى هذه المرحلة وين إحنا متوجهين بإذن الله. طبعا بداية ملتقى المرأة في علم البيانات في المملكة العربية السعودية بدأت في عام 2017 بقيادة دكتورة ريج وابل يعطيها العافية، ودكتورة خلود خطيب، اللي هم حتى هذا اليوم سفيرات الرياض وجدة، وأيضا داعمين لكل سفيرات المملكة. في عام 2017 بدأ أول ملتقى، كان في جامعة عفت بالتعاون مع مدينة الملك عبد العزيز للعلوم والتقنية، بالتعاون مع الجهات الخاصة. ونشوف التطور للملتقى من 2017 تم إعادة إقامته في 2018 في الرياض، و2019 أيضا تمت إقامته في الرياض أيضا. ونشوف الجامعات المختلفة وممكن نقول المنظومات المختلفة اللي تدعم الملتقى كل سنة تكون جهة داعمة مختلفة عن الأخرى. تمت إقامته في 2019 في المدينة في جامعة طيبة، وأيضا في جدة في جامعة عفت، وهكذا. في سنة 2020 تواصلت معي وإلى الآن أتذكرها، تواصلت معي الدكتورة ريج الوابل، بلغتني برغبتها بمشاركتي في تنظيم هذا الملتقى. كل سنة كانت جهود عظيمة يعني لمساعدة الملتقى أنه يقوم في التواصل مع الجهات، التواصل مع المتحدثين، تجهيز المكان، دعوة المتحدثين والمختصين، وحتى المساعدة في نشر هذا الملتقى. بعد التواصل والرغبة في المشاركة أيضا في دعم هذا الملتقى، جاءت الفكرة أن بما أن هذا الملتقى موجه أو مخرج من المملكة العربية السعودية، يفضل أو الفيجن أو الرؤية راح تكون أن إحنا نحتاج ندعم هذا الملتقى أنه يكون على مستوى المملكة العربية السعودية. فالفيجن كانت موجودة، كيف إحنا ممكن نوصل لها وإيش أفضل طريقة أن نوصل لها. من أهم قوانين الملتقى أن جميع المتحدثات يجب أن يكونوا سيدات. فالرؤية أيضا كنا نقول أنها نحتاج أنها تكون سيدات سعوديات مختصات في المجال. إحنا نعرف أن غالبيتنا كسيدات ما عندنا المشاركة أو رغبة تسليط الضوء ممكن على بعض الإنجازات، أو ممكن عندنا بعض الريستريكشنز، أو ممكن تكون عندنا عدم القدرة على الوصول للمصادر اللي ممكن تساعدني أن أسلط الضوء على أعمالي كمثلا كمختصة في المجال نفسه. فانتقلت هذه الرؤية بالتواصل مع داعمين دوما وأبدا من هذاك العام وزارة الاتصالات وتقنية المعلومات، بالتعاون مع قطاع أو إدارة تمكين المرأة كان بقيادة الأستاذ وضحى بن زرعة. تم التواصل والتعاون على الوصول إلى هذا الفيجن، ومنها زي ما نشوف التواصل الفيرتشوال اللي احنا الحين موجودين فيه. تبث جميع اللقاءات من سنة 2020 حتى الآن موجودة على يوتيوب، يعلن عنها على منصة العطاء الرقمي. جميعها تم تمكينها من خلال الوزارة، بحيث أن الوصول لا يكون فقط جغرافيا على مستوى المملكة أو على مستوى العالم. للوصول لهذه تسليط الضوء على إمكانيات المرأة لكن هيستوريكلي، بحيث أن أنا ممكن أرجع لجميع الأحداث وجميع المواضيع اللي تم مناقشتها في أي من فعاليات ملتقى المرأة أو لقاءات ملتقى المرأة في علم البيانات لكل السنوات الماضية، وبإذن الله كل السنوات القادمة. ف2020 الجميع يعرف وش صار هذيك السنة. كورونا هيت، فكوفيد هابند. كان باقي على الإيفنت أو على الملتقى أسبوع واحد فقط لبدء الملتقى على مستوى المملكة، وتمت التوقف العمل عليه تماما، وكان هناك توجه أن يمكن ما نحتاج نسوي هذيك السنة. let's just shut it down for that year. ممكن إحنا نوقف هذيك السنة ونشوف let's see what happen. خلونا نشوف إيش ممكن يصير في المستقبل. بعدها ب4 شهور تحولت عشان نوصل للفيجن اللي احنا حابين نوصل لها. احنا نحتاج اننا نقيم الملتقى سواء حضوريا، وبما ان حضوريا ما كان مناسب نقيمه فيرتشوالي عن طريق منصة العطاء، بحيث ان ممكن الهدف اللي كنا نرجوه نصل اليه. فتمت إقامة الملتقى حضوريا لمدة 8 أيام، 8 ساعات في اليوم. شاركتنا 6 مدن بتواجد 60 متحدثة. كان أسبوع حافل جدا بالإنجازات من جميع مدن المملكة. كنا جدا فخورين بكل المتحدثات وبكل المتطوعات اللي أداروا الفعالية وبكل ما كانوا منهم خلف الكواليس لإقامة الفعالية والملتقى بهذا الزخم والريتش اللي وصل بتواجد أكثر من 54,000 حضور لجميع ملتقيات لجميع المحاضرات اللي تم إلقائها، ورش العمل، كان عندنا منتورينج أو إرشاد مهني من قبل مرشدات مهنيات في المجال التقني وفي المجال المهني، ورش عمل مختلفة. فنسعى من سنة 2020 وحتى الآن أن نقوم بعمل ملتقى المرأة في علم البيانات ليس فقط على مستوى المدن وعلى مستوى المملكة العربية السعودية، أنه يكون يضاهي الإنجازات اللي تمت في السنوات الماضية. كل سنة نسعى أنها تكون أفضل من السنة اللي سابقتها، والحمد لله سنة 2023 قدرنا أننا نوصل السنة هذه والسنة الماضية أيضا إلى جميع مناطق الإدارية المملكة العربية السعودية. عندنا يعني أصبحنا عندنا القدرة أن احنا يكون عندنا ليس فقط تواصل مع نساء سعوديات متمكنات قادرات على أنهم يعرضون جميع أعمالهم المتطورة في المجال، التواصل معهم، وأيضا التعاون معهم في أنهم هم أيضا يقومون بإيصالنا إلى نساء أخريات في المجال قادرات على أنهم يعرضون أعمالهم وإنجازاتهم ومنجزاتهم للعالم. إحصائيات الملتقى بالأرقام من سنة 2020 حتى سنة 2022 خلال الثلاث سنوات الماضية، وهذه هي السنة الرابعة. زي ما ذكرت أصبحنا عندنا الوصول إلى 14 مدينة، أكثر من 90 سفيرة من سفيرات المملكة، أكثر من 200 متحدثة تم الوصول لها وانضمامها في الملتقى، أكثر من 33 ورشة عمل، وأكثر من 78 محاضرة، وأكثر من 100,000 مستفيد ومستفيدة من الآن وحتى إن شاء الله بإذن الله للمستقبل. طبعا بعد إقامة أول ملتقى للمرأة في علم البيانات يكون في تواصل مباشر دائما وأبدا مع مكان أو منشأ الملتقى، جامعة ستانفورد أو فريق العمل فريق عمل Women in Data Science. فبعد أول ملتقى تم إخبارنا أن تم تصنيف الملتقى أو ملتقى المرأة في علم البيانات في المملكة العربية السعودية الأول على مستوى العالم من عدد المتحدثات، عدد الحضور، عدد المشاركين. وكل سنة بحمد الله نحصل دائما على هذه الأرقام، نحصل دائما على التواصل المباشر لمشاركة هذا الأثر على مستوى العالم ومشاركته أيضا مع الدول الأخرى. وكل هذه المنجزات ما كانت بتكون بدون تواجد نساء متمكنات قياديات عندهم الرغبة ليس فقط على تمكين أنفسهم ولكن أيضا تمكين جميع النساء الأخريات في المملكة العربية السعودية المختصات في مجال التقنيات وخصوصا مجال علم البيانات. خلال السنوات الماضية كان عندنا الكثير من الداعمين لنا في مسيرتنا من الجهات الحكومية والقطاع الخاص والشركات المختصة في علم البيانات والمختصة في التقنيات الناشئة. diversity أو ممكن نقول الاختلاف اللي نشوفه في هذه السلايد، وهذا جزء فقط بسيط من الجهات المشاركة، وتوجد جهات أخرى أكثر من الجهات الموجودة المشاركة في دعم الملتقى بطريقة أو بأخرى، سواء كانت دعم مادي أو دعم تقني أو دعم بمتحدثات أو دعم معرفي أو شركاء من جميع النواحي والممكنات لدعم الملتقى خلال السنوات الماضية، وبإذن الله نطمح إلى الحصول على دعمهم للسنوات القادمة بإذن الله. طبعا بعض الصور للفعاليات اللي تمت إقامتها في في الملتقيات السابقة. طبعا أول ملتقيين كان كان أونلاين فيرتشوالي، وبعدها انتقل إنه يكون حضوري، فنشوف فيه تنوع في إقامة الفعاليات. طبعا حابين نتكلم عن ملتقى المرأة في علم البيانات لسنة 2023 المملكة العربية السعودية. الملتقى في هذه السنة أخذ 4 مسارات رئيسية يتحدث عن 4 مواضيع أساسية بتوجه رؤية المملكة 2030، منها المدن الذكية، مجال الطاقة، مجال تقنيات الفضاء، والمجال الصحي اللي نشوفه الآن في ملتقى المرأة في علم البيانات الرياض، فوكست أو مركزين على المجال الصحي. فالمدن الأخرى والسفيرات الأخرى كان عندهم تركيز على مواضيع مختلفة. وأيضا ملتقى المرأة في علم البيانات المملكة العربية السعودية يقوم باختيار هذه المواضيع ومشاركتها مع السفيرات للتعاون في إقامة مثل هذه الملتقيات على مستوى المملكة. عدد السفيرات لهذه السنة زي ما ذكرنا، هذه السنة وصلنا 47 سفيرة من جميع مناطق المملكة المختلفة. ودائما أحب أذكر نفسي والسفيرات اللي يكونون من مناطق ممكن نقول بعيدة عن المناطق الأساسية أو المدن الكبيرة، بطريقة طريقة دعمنا للسفيرات دائما تكون ليس فقط دعم لوجستي أو دعم تقني أو الوصول إلى الأبعاد، ولكن أيضا دعم من امرأة إلى امرأة أخرى عندها القدرة أو الرغبة أنها تمكن الشخص الآخر بحيث أنه يكون رائد في مجاله ويكون متميز في مجاله. يعني نرى سنة عن سنة تطور السفيرات، حتى ليس فقط بذواتهم ولكن أيضا في تطور الملتقى اللي يتم إقامته في المدينة المقررة. إحدى المدن اللي شاركت معنا، إحدى السفيرات اللي شاركت معنا هذه السنة أعطتنا قصة، قالت إن أنا السنة الماضية ما كان يوجد عندي أي دعم من المنطقة الجغرافية اللي أنا فيها، سواء من ناحية الأمارة أو من الجامعة أو من غيرها. ممكن نقول no one believed in her goal or role or vision اللي كانت موجودة. تم دعمها بحيث أن الملتقى يطلع حتى لو بمتحدثة واحدة، حتى لو ببرنامج جدا بسيط ومصغر والوصول حقه جدا بسيط. السنة هذه تم دعمها من بعد رؤية الأثر العظيم اللي تم تمكينه من قبل أو تم الوصول له من قبل الملتقى البسيط اللي تم إقامته السنة الماضية. تم دعمها من الأمارة، تم دعمها من الجامعة، تم دعمها حتى من سيدات أخريات لاحظوا الأثر أو لاحظوا وجود مثل هذه المبادرات اللي تمكن السيدات في مجال التقنيات، فصار عندهم الرغبة في المشاركة حتى لو بشكل بسيط لدعم الرؤية والتوجه الموجود في جميع سيدات المشاركات معنا كسفيرات. طبعا الجهات المنظمة والمشاركة للملتقى والشراكات هي يعني جهات تمت مشاركتها سابقا، منها بيان، صيت، الجمعية السعودية لعلم البيانات. ونلاحظ دائما مشاركة المجتمعات أو الجمعيات التقنية في دعم مثل هذا الملتقى، فنسعد دائما بانضمام أي جهة للتعاون في إقامة هذا الملتقى للسنوات القادمة، سواء على مستوى المدينة أو على مستوى النطاق جغرافي أكبر من مدينة أو منطقة إدارية واحدة. وبذلك أختم حديثي اليوم، شاكرة لكم مرة أخرى دعوتكم، وأن يكون جزء من هذا الملتقى. دائما أسعد بالمشاركة في ملتقيات المرأة في علم البيانات في مختلف المدن. أتمنى يكون عندي القدرة دوما لحضور جميعها الصراحة. في إحدى المقترحات أن يكون في عندنا باص لملتقى المرأة في علم البيانات، ويكون يلف على السعودية ويلتقي ويقوم في عمل كل الملتقيات اللي موجودة. إن شاء الله أن ويريتش يعني أننا نوصل لشيء أفضل من ذلك في السنوات القادمة، بتواجد جميع السفيرات المشاركات معنا هذه السنة والسنوات الماضية، وبإذن الله السنوات القادمة. دائما ندعو كل الحضور المشاركين معنا أنهم يكونون جزء من هذا الانتقال. الرؤية أننا ليس فقط نكون يعني ممكنين للمرأة في مجال علم البيانات، نطمح السنوات القادمة أن هذا الملتقى يكون جزء من ملتقى أكبر من ذلك، ملتقى المرأة لدعم المرأة في جميع مجالات التقنية المختلفة، سواء كانت في التقنيات الناشئة أو في غيرها، بحيث أن احنا نكون جزء من دعم جميع سيدات المملكة العربية السعودية أينما كانت، في أي مستوى كانت، سواء كانت مختصة في مجالها أو حابة أنها تبدأ في هذا المجال أو حابة تتخصص في هذا المجال. احنا نتمنى أن نكون احنا داعمين وممكنين للمرأة السعودية في مجال التقنيات وين ما كانت وفي أي مستوى كانت. فشكرا لكم على الدعوة، وسعيدة جدا بتواجدي معكم اليوم، ويعطيكم العافية.
شكرا لك دكتورة أسيل. We now have the privilege of hearing from Dr. Maryam Al-Isa, the esteemed doctor of the Molecular Genetic Department at the Saudi Center for Disease Prevention and Control, Saudi CDC. Dr. Maryam will deliver an engaging talk on population health and genomics in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. During her presentation, she will enlighten us on the pivotal role of data science in understanding and improving population health. Let us warmly welcome Dr. Maryam Al-Isa as she shares her profound insights, providing valuable perspectives of the transformative potential of genomics and data science in shaping the healthcare landscape of Saudi Arabia.
Assalamu alaikum.
Okay, let's switch to the slides.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to be with thank WID's team for the kind invitation. And I'm happy always to talk about a topic dear and near to my heart, which is genetics, and particularly population genetics. As we all know, different diseases are more common in different regions, whether it's communicable or non-communicable diseases. This is due to many factors, whether it's genetic component or it's genetic drift, people moving from one place to another due to immigration, wars, or any other reason. One of the things also we need to consider is clustering in certain region due to social or religious causes where people prefer to breed in the same community. This is in non-communicable diseases. However, in infectious diseases, where it's also the same, it's more common in certain regions than others. As an example for that, cystic fibrosis is more common in Caucasian population, and you can see in the map where the incidence of cystic fibrosis are in the region where habitat for Caucasians. In our region, on the other hand, it's more common of hematological diseases, where it's also part of our screening program. This is very important to understand the disease in certain region and look into the other component associated with it for prevention and implementation of a screening program. The WHO, in one of the reports, indicated that 71% of the world population cause of death is non-communicable diseases. And from there, they recommend several programs, several initiatives to try to eliminate those diseases or at least reduce the incidence. In Saudi Arabia, I know that someone would say this is 2016. Yes, but the incidence of non-communicable disease is a bit higher than the world. 3% of the Saudi population die due to non-communicable diseases. A recent report shows the same, so we didn't change since 2016 up to date. This is due to many factors. So the measures that the WHO set to check the validity of the programs that they already established shows some gaps on the screening or surveys between individuals and the mortality data. There is a missing data that require to be available to make sure where is the problem. One of the goals as well that's set by WHO for 2025 is to focus in reduction of, let's say, causes of obesity, reduction, make sure that the salt intake will be reduced 30%, tobacco and others. These will actually fuel the incidence rate and give a better life expectancy. So this cannot be achieved without big data, which is not always available. However, in my field, which is genetics, and this is what I'm going to talk about, maybe COVID helped us a lot to show our skills in genetics and population genetics, maybe not in human, at least in infection, tracing the strains of or the mutations happen on the virus, in which of these mutations are more aggressive than others and where it's located. This screenshot is from Johns Hopkins dashboard, where big data actually shows different countries, the incident rate of death, the positivity rate, all the parameters that we need to measure in epidemiology and public health to make sure that we are tracking the world, not only one country. In genomics, as I mentioned regarding to COVID, we follow the strain from China and into the evolution through the years from 2019 up to 2020, where it's the latest is in Mexico. Different strains show different effect on people, and maybe a lot of us had corona and we suffer from different symptoms due to the strain change. This couldn't be achieved without sequencing, without genetic sequencing and understanding the population, of choosing a different population, or let's say screening different people with different viruses, allow us to do the phylogenetic tree and find what is the point mutation that differ from one virus to another. This can be achieved by, first of all, sequencing one individual, putting on the map different individuals using the reference genome of the virus that are already known, and check filter, which is the variation that can be the causative for the or associated with the disease. From this data, we can get a lot of information other than statistics, which we usually use in epidemiology. We can get the phylogenetic tree, understanding the strains and let's say the history of changes on the virus itself. Pan-genomic analysis, where we check different genes and association with the phenotype for, let's say, each symptoms. The effective population size, how it's affect the population, and estimate changes over time. Transmission map, where it's moved, where it's at the end located, and this also can be linked with the phylogenetic tree to trace from which country to the other the strain can be differ. Recombination hotspots, where the recombination occur in the virus, and where is the hotspots that's most vulnerable to recombination, where we can understand that this region more predisposition for changes in the genetic component. Genome-wide association study as well. This is most common in identifying diseases. And this is very important. Why? It's not only understanding the genomic background, however, it's also help us to design targeted tests for each strain or each disease. Starting by designing the experiment, taking the DNA, prepare the library, which is a tagged region that we already know, and screen the region that we don't know, sequence them, and do the bioinformatic analysis. This can be achieved not only on human level, it can be animal, viruses, microbiota, human, and from that we can create a map where we map the genome into a reference and filter until we get the region that we require. In diseases, it's a bit different, where we can actually filter the genes that associated, let's say, brain function, if the disease associated with mental health or let's say diabetes, we choose the thing related to the pathway involved in insulin or other. So sometimes it's obvious, and sometimes it needs a bit work to understand the pathway involved in the disease pathogenicity. There we can allocate the pathogenicity. This is going to help us not only in diagnostic, however, in research. It's also help us in prediction, where we can predict certain diseases. I think the previous speakers, the ladies, did a great job of explaining a lot of things. Dr. Dana mentioned pharmacogenomics. This can be also achieved when we understand the pathway and the genetic association with this pathway. From there, we can take it to biology and justify each gene or mutation associated with certain, let's say, cell, tissue, or phenotype. Big data is important, but in biology it's a bit hard. Why? Because we don't have all the full understanding about genetics yet, or let's say the association between phenotype and the genotype. This screenshot from 2009 from GWAS catalog, where it shows that certain region associated with certain phenotype, and it's located by colors, where, let's say, diabetes is located in, let's say, chromosome 4 in a certain region. However, this is the recent update from also GWAS catalog, where we have almost, I'm not going to say a full understanding, but we have a great amount of data where we can say certain diseases associated to certain genetic component. Not only diseases. I work in psychiatric genetics, which is a topic I really love, because it's not only the disease itself, we can also associate it with the behavior, where we can also identify if people have a suicidal ideation or not from the genetic component. So the current situation, this actually, what we mentioned, require a huge amount of research and data as well. The current situation, researchers pay a that's gonna like not only pave the road, accelerate the process of understanding diseases. Leftover sample, a lot of samples discard. However, this is valuable for me. Just give me a drop of blood and I can do a lot with it. Population studies are impossible because if I'm going to recruit from the people, what are we going to do? But when you have like a reservoir for recruiting the data from the patient and also the sample, this is going to actually change the landscape of research. This is like the one of the popular cohorts started in UK, like in between 2009 and 2010, UK 10K. I was privileged to be part of this during my PhD. We published a lot. We upgraded a million of people, phenotype and genotype within the UK Biobank with biomarkers, and just look into the data, just pop a question and you can actually dig into the data and find the answer. This was a great initiative and it's accelerated a lot of research and ease for the scientists to look into the biology after understanding the genetics. From UK 10K and the UK Biobank, there's almost only in 2022, almost 552 publication came out of this from different countries. They opened the access for the people, for the researcher, to help them to understand diseases and look into what's related to their field of interest. The problem with it, it's just like Caucasian population. We need other population to look into and understand they have infectious diseases, a lot of biobank that can be used as reservoir and accelerate research. This is everything that I have for today, and thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mariam, for this fascinating presentation. We're transitioning now to Dr. Noura Al-Husseini, the Director of the Masters of Public Health Program in the College of Medicine at Al Faisal University. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Noura. Camera on, Dr. Yeah, the slides do not show. Yes. I need to show again. I believe it's yeah. Okay. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. I know it's the end of the day. You're probably tired, but inshallah, we'll make it short and sweet. First of all, I would like to thank WIT's team, specifically Dr. Arij Al-Wabil, Dr. Noor Sadoun, and the team
I'm honored and humbled to be presenting today here. So I'll be talking about public health and data. So a lot of people come to me and say, what is public health? What is it that you do? And some people are confused. Are you doctors? Are you specialists? What exactly do you do? So I would say public health promotes and protects the health of people and the communities where they live, learn, work, and play. And when I say that, it means that we are engaged in the community before them coming to the clinics and becoming sick. The science and art of preventing diseases, so we focus on preventing diseases before it happens, prolonging life, and promoting health through the organized efforts and informed choices of the society, organizations, public and private communities, and specifically the individuals. So we target not only the individuals, we target the communities, the societies as a whole, and stakeholders, many stakeholders. So what is the difference between a physician and public health officials or specialists? We always argue with the physicians in the room, and I know some of you are physicians here, right? So I say that physicians deal with sick patients in a clinical setup, okay? They wait until they are sick. Of course, we all try to promote for health, but usually the clinical setting is for a sick patient who already acquired the disease, goes to the clinic and gets the treatment, right? For the public health, we try to make it to the community before them attracting the disease. Why? To reduce the burden of diseases on the government, specifically certain diseases such as cancer, diabetes, obesity, some diseases that can be prevented in the first place, okay? So we have a lot of major stakeholders. So do we rely only on a clinical setup? The answer is no. We rely on more than one stakeholder in the community. For instance, we have schools dealing with in the workplace, law enforcement, even faith institutions. So it's more of an integrated approach between everybody within the community. And this is what's happening nowadays with Vision 2030 and the HSCP program, with being the public health a main or major pillar in the HSCP program. A lot of stakeholders are involved. For example, reducing the safety of in the streets. More than one ministry are collaborating together to reduce the burden of mortality, morbidity rates, and so on. There are many public health initiatives that are ongoing and very essential to public health, such as screening programs, vaccination programs, and we saw what happened during COVID-19, disease surveillance and control. We control special diseases, and public health education campaigns and increasing awareness in our community in general. So how can we use public health? How can data be used in public health? Data usage and public health. I would say data is the main or major component of public health. Without data, we cannot understand our community. We cannot make sense of the new generations. We cannot know the difference between the diseases nowadays or 10 years ago. How can we know if we're not analyzing and making sense of the data, right? So to identify health issues and design effective interventions that are targeted precisely to those who are sick in this community nowadays, not 10 years ago, okay? Public health practitioners need to gather and analyze data about the health of the population. So how can we use that? Data usage in public health. First of all, the main component is for surveillance data. What is surveillance data? Surveillance data is collected on a regular basis. What's the purpose of it? To track the occurrence of disease or other human outcomes in a population. Someone will tell me who's an example in Saudi Arabia from a local aspect. I would say Hassan. I don't know if you are familiar with Hassan. They are the Health Electronic Surveillance Network. It's an electronic reporting system that was developed for reporting infectious diseases in the kingdom. And another major unit under the Ministry of Health is the Surveillance and Data Management Unit. And they, if you Google them, they report on a regular basis surveillance data about the Saudi community or society for us to understand them. Another usage of data is for health behavior data. And what does this mean? It means us understanding what are the behaviors of the community. An example of that, what do the Saudi community eat or drink? Okay, why do we have high levels of obesity? Why do we have 1 out of 4 patients who is diabetic? Okay, understanding our population. What is it that we do wrong or we do right? Okay, exercise, diet. Do we exercise or not? Where do we stand in comparison to other populations? Okay. So an example of that in Saudi Arabia is the Global Adult Tobacco Survey, GATS, KSA. So they know the trends of smoking among who is more likely or less likely to smoke, males or females. So without gathering the data, how can we know about our populations, right? So this is another use of data in public health, which is very important and essential. The third is environmental data. As I mentioned previously, it's an integrated approach between more than one ministry. So Ministry of Health, they collaborate with the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture to understand if we have any environmental issues, air pollution, water quality, and so on. Where do we stand? Are we good or bad? And so on. So this is data that is collected on factors in the environment that may affect health. And it affects health directly or indirectly. So whether I'm talking about a poor neighborhood, or I'm talking about the air in general in specific areas, okay? And the last part is health outcome data. And what this means is the data that is collected on the health outcomes of a population. This means mortality rates. What is the highest mortality in Saudi Arabia? What is number 1 disease? Disease prevalence, if I'm talking about prevalence of diseases in general, let's say obesity, or I want the incidence of disease in this specific year. Did it increase? Did it decrease? Who is more or less likely to do so? Okay? And hospitalization rates. With understanding our population, with gathering data, we can target interventions to those societies in need. Okay? So how can artificial intelligence contribute to public health? There are many components. However, the 3 major areas will be highlighted today: disease surveillance and outbreak prediction, precision public health, and personalized healthcare. As I said, knowing what specific social determinants of health is in this population. Why is people, let's say in the north or in the south, are more likely to develop this specific disease? And health behavior analysis and intervention. AI in public health, there are many components or subfields. I'm not the expert in AI. However, here are some subfields of artificial intelligence that has been used in public health to reduce the burden of diseases, increase awareness, such as machine learning, digital decisioning platforms, and Dr. Mariam talked about it, and Dr. Salwa. So a lot has been going on in artificial intelligence to improve public health. So precision public health is an emerging practice to predict and understand public health risks, whether it was genetic, whether it was from the environment, and customize treatments or interventions for more specific homogeneous subpopulation, often using new data, technologies, and methods. And this is what we want to reach. Are we there yet? We're not there yet. However, with the advancement in technologies, inshallah, and hopefully we will get there. How can AI contribute to public health? How? Big data is one element that has consistently helped to achieve these goals. And of course, as I mentioned, without making sense of the data, we cannot understand our population. And this is what I tell my students all the time. Please make sense of the data. If you're working in a governmental entity, in a ministry, please bring us this data so that we can have research on it and improve, make us better understand our community. The ability of AI models to analyze and interpret large health data sets at scale can also be transformative for public health and epidemiology, and lays the foundation for precision public health. Again, back to making interventions that are specific towards our population based on the needs. Okay? So what can AI contribute to public health? The analysis of large health data. So now we take the data, we analyze it, we make sense of it. Do we keep it? No, this is a continuous process, okay? It will provide insights into the determinants of disease on both the personalized and population levels. It can help accelerate public health surveillance and shape public health policies and implementation activities. When we understand the issues, we can involve policymakers to create policies, okay? So we all said positive things about AI. It is amazing and all of that. However, we have to be dealing with it with caution. Why? There are 8 guiding principles according to WHO in dealing with artificial intelligence. It must be guided by superior technical and ethical considerations, because at the end, we're dealing with people. We're taking their information, so we have to deal with them as human beings, not taking or doing unethical things or selling their data, as we know this is happening nowadays. So what are the guided principles? People-centered, ethically grounded, transparent, knowing why are you taking my data? What are you going to do with my data? Data protected, like in privacy, confidentiality of the patients should be for sure granted. It has to advance scientific advancement, or has scientific integrity, open and shareable. And this isn't, maybe we're not there yet, like other in the US, you can have data sets that you can take, make sense of it, and produce studies. In Saudi, it's a little bit where I would say protective on our data. So maybe with time, hopefully we have access to data, especially for the big institutions. It should be fair and obviously human controlled, not relying on the robot or the machines, because at the end we're the brains, not them. Okay. I would like to share a quick case study from a global aspect. Researchers at Stanford University developed an AI model that could screen for depression and anxiety by analyzing speech patterns. As we all know, depression in our community and other communities, there's big stigma around it. Nobody likes to talk about it, you know. It's sensitive. Nobody likes to share it. How do we screen for it? So creating AI models like this would definitely help in reducing the burden of depression. The model was trained on data from patients and could detect depression. This technology has the potential to improve mental health screening by enabling more frequent and accessible assessment. I know that this patient is more or less likely to get depression and have further assessments. So this is one example. I would like to share another example from a local aspect in Saudi Arabia. We cannot forget what happened during COVID-19. So the Saudi government created the National Health Command Center under the Ministry of Health. The center was established in 2019 as the central hub for collating and visualizing data and insights. So they were taking everything related to hospitals, people's data during COVID-19. It has been instrumental during COVID to provide the Ministry of Health and other governmental entities with the required analytics, predictions, what will happen, contact tracing. It helped us a lot during the lockdown and so on. So this is just an example of a success of the government in integrating technology to reduce the burden of diseases during COVID-19. It has multiple departments represented, including hospital, primary care services, transfers, patient complaints, supply chain, and workforce. So it made us understand the community during the pandemic. To conclude, we need AI, okay? Are we there yet? Are we using the maximum potential? Not yet. Of course, with the advancement of technology, we hope to be there one day, but we're not there yet. However, I think we're headed towards the right direction, especially with all the ambitious ladies today talking about their projects and what do they see, where are we planning to go. Hopefully we get there one day. Can we rely solely on AI? We don't know yet, but again, we are the base, we're the brains, so hopefully an integration would be more helpful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Noura, for this insightful talk. Following Dr. Noura's enlightening talk, we welcome Dr. Asma Al-Akrash, an esteemed oral and maxillofacial radiology professor and AI researcher at King Saud University. Dr. Asma will grace our symposium with her insightful presentation on new era in dose optimization in radiology. Let's warmly welcome Dr. Asma as she shares her groundbreaking research illuminating the transformative possibilities that AI brings to radiology.
Yes, how can I move this? Assalamu alaikum. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. I'd like to thank Dr. Arij Al-Wabil for the kind invitation to join in this amazing gathering and meeting all the like-minded researchers. To give you an introduction of my background, I am a radiologist by training, actually first a dentist, then a radiologist by training. So I'm relatively new to the area of artificial intelligence. The stimulus for me moving in the direction of artificial intelligence is because I have a special interest in dose optimization, meaning reducing radiation doses to patients as much as possible. Now, I'll explain to you why that's very important, but first I'd like to introduce my study authors for this particular study. We are from various institutions. We collaborated together on this topic. And what I'm going to present today has already been published, and this is the paper. You can find the details there. Because of the limited time, I'm not going to go into a lot of technical details, but if anybody is interested, they can find it in the printed or in the published paper. So none of the authors have a conflict of interest with regards to any of the software or hardware presented today. Now, the reason that I'm so passionate about dose optimization is that ionizing radiation, which is used in X-raying patients or CT imaging of patients, is potentially harmful, and the risk of the harm increases with increasing radiation dose. And in 2008, the United Nations published their findings on the sources of ionizing radiation to people. And on the global average found that natural background radiation accounted for 80% of the collective dose of radiation to people around the world. And radiation from medical diagnosis accounted for 20% of the total. However, in countries with high levels of healthcare, the radiation burden from medical uses increased to almost half. And in some countries, and it's the first time in recorded history, it was found that the radiation burden from medical uses superseded that from background radiation. And that means we are changing the balance of nature. And remember, this isn't just for individuals, this is for the collective population in the region studied. So now the same report from the United Nations found that the widespread use of computed tomography contributed to the increase in collective dose of radiation to the populations. Therefore, the guiding principle in imaging is to use the radiation which will produce images which are as low as diagnostically acceptable. So use the lowest radiation dose, which will produce diagnostically acceptable images. And so this is the guiding principle professionally, but there are also governmental guidelines throughout the world. They vary, but in several parts of the world, there are governmental guidelines which require hospitals to demonstrate that they have attempted to use the lowest doses possible. The problem is we don't have very easy and time-efficient methods to demonstrate that we are actually using the ALADA dose, or the as low as diagnostically acceptable dose. So in the future, from here on, when I say ALADA, I mean the as low as diagnostically acceptable dose. Now, the reason that it's not easy to demonstrate that we are using the ALADA dose is that the reference standard for determining the ALADA dose is, number one, to acquire images of patients with the condition to be diagnosed at several dose levels, going from the reference dose all the way to the lowest dose possible, and then performing the diagnostic task on all of those images, and then finding the lowest dose which will allow accurate diagnosis. The problem is that this method is time consuming and it's influenced by various factors that are frequently changed. So if you just change a small parameter in the imaging, then you will have to redo the test all over again. Furthermore, if the results from one test device will not necessarily apply to another test device. So as you can see, this makes this technique almost impossible to impart on a wide scale. And because of that, as a radiology community, we have to be very honest with ourselves in that we are not truly optimizing our images using the most robust scientific data. Therefore, there is a need to develop a method to predict ALATA doses rapidly, accurately, and reliably. And this is what got me started in AI, because I have been involved in dose optimization studies, and I've published numerous articles on that. But like I told you, the problem is after we've finished several years of work, the end result is that our results only apply to those specific machines that we tested, and even the newer generation of that machine our results will not be applicable to it. So I started thinking, how can we use the data that we acquired from all of these studies to be able. So we thought of using AI in this regards, and from a review of the literature, we found that numerous deep learning techniques have been proposed to aid in dental diagnostics, but they had numerous limitations. They had numerous limitations, and the most important limitation was that there was no published works which demonstrated any of these algorithms were able to predict the ALATA dose for any diagnostic task. So we decided to use our existing data to develop an AI tool which can analyze multi-detector CT or medical CT devices of cadavers in order to identify the ALATA dose. And the diagnostic task that we were targeting was identification of the inferior alveolar canal, which is a neurovascular canal which runs through the mandible. The rationale for this study was to predict a tool which could be used with numerous CT devices, not just the ones that we acquired our images with. And it would enable device manufacturers and end users to be able to predict the ALATA doses for whatever device they are using. So we used our data from 2 previous studies. Due to time limitations, I'm not going to go into the details of the acquisition of the data. Suffice it to say that we had our first scanner, different reconstruction algorithms. And with each reconstruction algorithm, we have a different imaging profiles. So to make it simple, we can say that we have 4 different systems. So with each imaging system, we acquired the images using various doses, the reference dose and 6 ultra-low doses. And then from the images acquired, specialized radiologists tried to identify the roof of the inferior alveolar canal. And for the protocols highlighted in red, it was found that for these 2 systems, this was the ALATA dose for identifying the canal. And the ones in blue indicate that these doses were higher than needed. And the ones in yellow indicated that these doses were too low. They were insufficient to provide diagnostic quality images for this particular diagnostic task. And we also obtained data from another scanner with 3 different reconstruction protocols. So we have 3 systems and 4 doses. And the protocols outlined in red are the ALATA doses for each system, and the ones in blue were higher than necessary doses, and the ones in yellow were lower than ALATA. So now we had a large number of labeled data sets with either labeled as ALATA or higher than ALATA or lower than ALATA. and each data set contained hundreds of sectional images. But as you can see, there was a large imbalance in the data where the amount of ALADA data sets was much less than which was higher and lower than ALADA. So our amazing AI team from the CAT Center at King Saud University used I call it their magic, in first balancing the data. So they used special balancing techniques. I'm sure the IT members in the audience will understand these terminologies, but I'm not going to go into the detail. So they balanced the data. They used techniques where they produced new data sets from the existing data so that we had similar number of data sets labeled in each of the 3 different labels. But then they also faced another problem. They faced a problem in that the different data sets were acquired with different parameters, such as image slice thickness and spacing between the images, and that limited the degree of accuracy that they could achieve. Before they corrected for this, the highest degree of accuracy that we could get for prediction of ALADA was 80%. And 80% was insufficient. I, as a radiologist, was telling them, I cannot work with 80%. It will not be clinically useful. We need something to be much higher than 90. So what they did, what they did was they converted all of the sectional images in the data sets to something called NIFTY format, which is a 3-dimensional volume, and then they acquired different sections in a uniform format and then trained their models. So I'm not going to go into the details of how they trained the models. Suffice it to say that they tested 18 different experiments and they analyzed them empirically, and then the best 2 results, the results from the best 2 models that they obtained, then they presented to me as the end user. So here you can see the performance from the different models. One of them is the reference model, and the others are the 2 new models. And the ACC metric results showed that the 3DCs was an existing model which was not developed for our particular, but they used it as a reference just to compare the performance of our newly developed models with it. And our newly developed models, which are the 3D-M1 and 3D-M2, showed an accuracy of 0.84 and 0.9, respectively, in predicting the ALADA dose, and as you can see, the degree of loss. Their performance was much better than the existing model, which was in the published literature. Now, however, these numbers don't mean much to me as an end user. So what I needed to know is when I have a particular data set, how accurate is it going to be in its prediction? So what we had to do some clinical experimentations. The first thing that they did was of the data that I gave them, they preserved 53 data sets for the testing. So when they ran these 53 data sets through both models, I asked them to run them 3 times. I know the IT members in the audience think that's naive on our part as medical professionals, because the first thing that they said to me, they said, it will produce exact similar results because this is how models work. But being from the medical profession, we always want to see that. We have to prove that when it was run 3 times, it produced similar results. And that is what happened indeed. The results produced from the 3 runs for both models was identical. So both models showed a high degree of reliability. Now, when it comes to the accuracy, the way we tested them is each data set contained hundreds of sectional images in the data set. So we ran all of the sectional images through the models. And here on the left side, the column here is the true folder label, which was labeled by the expert radiologists. And on the right hand, you see the label
applied by the model. And the model did not give the same label to all of the sectional images in every individual folder. However, we took the label which was applied to the majority of the sectional images, as you see here. For example, for test folder 1, the majority of the sections were labeled as lower than ALADA. And the true folder label was indeed lower than ALADA. So we considered to be this designation as correct. However, if the majority of the sectional images within the test folder were given a label which is different from the true folder label, it was considered an incorrect prediction on the part of the model. And in this way, we found that the first model achieved a 94% degree of accuracy, with only 3 out of 53 folders being incorrectly labeled. And the same result occurred with 3DM2, but 3DM2 had a slightly better result because the errors within the erroneous folders were smaller than the errors in the 3DM1 model. So we determined that the 3DM2 model provided the best prediction for the ALADA dose. So we were very excited with the results because for the very first time in the field of radiology, we provided proof of concept that AI models can be used for identification of ALADA doses. And this is a huge deal because now this will bring us to a new method for dose optimization, which is more scientifically sound and robust. And it allows the results to be applied to different MDCT devices because the data obtained was from different systems. It wasn't just from one system. So our proposed application of these models would be that device manufacturers or end users like hospitals or clinics who have these machines, when they purchase a new machine or when the manufacturers produce a machine, they can get tissue mimicking phantoms or cadavers and image them with different radiation doses, and they just run the images through the model, and it will within minutes give them the result which dose is the ALADA dose, instead of having to do what we do nowadays, which is spend months and even years for each diagnostic task. There are, however, some limitations to our work. Even though we have the error is very low, 6%, it can still be misleading, but this can be overcome by repeating the testing and finding the pattern and the pattern of results, and any deviation from the pattern can be considered to be a part of the error. Also, another limitation is that a limited number of MDCT devices were tested, and they were not tested on other types of CT machines, like dental CT machines. So we recommend further training of these models using cone beam CT images, and this is in fact what we have already begun to do. We are working on expanding the work to dental CT machines, as well as to investigate additional diagnostic tasks in the medical field using soft tissues and using larger numbers of data sets. So in this way, we invite anybody who is interested in investigating dose optimization to contact us, myself, or Dr. Hider Jibreen, who was the head of the AI team who developed these algorithms. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Asma, for this insightful talk. Next on our agenda, join us for a stimulating panel discussion on artificial intelligence, opportunities and risks for public health, moderated by Dr. Noura Al-Husseini. Our panelists including Dr. Maryam Al-Isa, Dr. Asma Al-Akrish, and Dr. Huda Al-Firdaus, CEO of Health Genius, startup incubator and business accelerator will explore the potential and changes of AI in public health. Let's warmly welcome her.
السلام عليكم جميعا، يعطيكم العافية. So, thank you so much for the lovely topics. First, I'd like to thank you all for these fruitful and inspiring discussions. Seeing passionate professionals, especially women in the healthcare field, that are eager to enhance the healthcare system and reduce the burden of diseases among our society makes us all proud. And especially nowadays, during the Vision 2030, where women are enabled to do what they wanted, and dream big. So thank you all. As we all know, AI still is in its infancy stages, especially in Saudi Arabia. With the advancement in technology, the future is promising, as we thought to discuss today. So if you allow me, I will start with Dr. Mariam. Where do we stand in Saudi Arabia in terms of data storage and management and having policy decisions driven by data?
Currently, as you mentioned, and as the ladies today talked about the data and the NHCC in the Ministry of Health, they actually start working on recruiting data and accelerating the decision driven by this data. If we're going to talk about the genetic part, unfortunately, we're not yet there. Though we have optimistic, bright future with the Saudi Genome initiative coming in a couple of years, The thing that I would like to mention that so far we have limited resources of recruiting the data and collaborating between different entities. However, I'm optimistic about Nafis. I think Nafis can solve a lot of problems by recruiting all the data to be available for everyone, and it's actually going to help us a lot in our community.
That's excellent. Thank you, Dr. Mariam. Dr. Asma Akresh, do we have the existing technologies to overcome the challenge of limited training data for AI in healthcare?
Okay, so thank you so much. I'd like to talk from my point perspective as an AI researcher. The challenge that I faced as a researcher was being able to acquire enough data within a limited time frame. The problem is we have the information siloed in different areas, but the information is there. The information is there, but it's very difficult to get to it. However, I do believe that we do have the technology to obtain that information. How? Most of the information, like we've discussed today, is digital. So all we need is the AI to standardize the collection of data, to standardize the labeling of the different variables, and the technology is there. Our colleagues have already discussed it during this symposium. And then we need the researchers to be able to access this huge amount of large data. We do have large data, but it's not all in one silo and labeled as large data. So I think that the way, this is just my personal proposal, the way that we can achieve that is using blockchain. Using blockchain would allow researchers to access all of this information in an anonymized manner and make the best use of this data to develop AI models for personalized medicine. Fortunately, alhamdulillah, this morning I was discussing with Dr. Amuna Ahmed from Sadaya, and I was very pleased to hear from her that Sadaya and the Ministry of Health, they are actually starting to implement or to prepare the facilities to allow that. So this is something very
good, and it shows that we have a bright future, because once the researchers in our country, they have access to this data, and it's highly regulated to protect the anonymity of the patients, the sky's the limit. Because right now, all of the AI models that we're producing, they're based on limited data, and they still produce good results. So imagine if we can combine all of the patient's history, clinical exam, imaging, lab tests. I think this would usher in a new era of medical healthcare, something that we can't even comprehend.
Absolutely, yes. I think the sky's the limit, but hopefully, actually, we're going there. Baby steps is better than not doing anything.
Actually, Doctor, I think in the beginning it's going to be baby steps, and then it's going to be just jumping sprints.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, Dr. Asma. Dr. Huda, welcome. So incorporating service providers of acceleration and incubation programs to realize the significance and importance of AI use is very essential, as we all know and we discussed today. Can you please share some successful stories from your expertise?
Yes, absolutely. So the way I see our role as private operators for business acceleration and sample incubation is that we need to really be the ones responsible for bridging the gap between academic excellence and the outcomes that come out from research and the market needs and what actually needs to be there in the trading side. And so often we find that a lot of innovations that come out from innovators from academic backgrounds are life-changing. They could have a potential to be hugely significant locally and globally. But the problem often is that they don't see the light of commercialization simply because of that existing gap. It's a completely different mindset. Business development is different from the actual scientific development and research and even the excellence of the product itself. And we need to act in that space, coming from this angle, from the incubation angle and the private sector angle, so that we can bridge it. And we see a lot of good examples for that, where we take something from just being an idea, validating the market need for it, and then going to the middle phase where the development and the feasibility is being all studied, and the legal accreditations are being obtained. Of course, if we're talking about health sector, there may be some accreditations are required, for example, from the Saudi EPA or otherwise, if we're talking about pharmaceuticals. And then we move to the end part with the commercialization to actually take it to market and bring clients, obviously pilot that first and validate it, and then bring in investment as well. And so with AI, when we're talking about product development, this can be very easily done at least, versus when we're talking about physical products. We're talking about digital products and physical products, and we can get a lot of products out there from students, from researchers, and also from collaboration between different agents. That's another thing that we also see successfully, where we have different experiences, different years of experiences, different backgrounds, and multidisciplinarity. So I would say these are all the different ingredients contribute to the success of getting this.
Absolutely, absolutely. I totally agree with you. Like always integrating more than one entity together will come up with more powerful outcome, I would say. Yeah, so thank you. I'll go back to Dr. Mariam Naresa. So in Saudi Arabia, how accurate is the data-driven AI to predict or early prevent diseases?
If we're going to talk about the epidemiological level and statistical level, we are doing a good job. You mentioned Hassan is one of the predictors. However, if we're going to talk about genetics, we still have a gap. We don't have everything. We don't have all the information about our genetic component yet to say that we can predict diseases or prevent them. So hopefully in the future we will have
Inshallah. Dr. Asma, what are the fields where AI shows the greatest promise in diagnosis and radiology, and the areas where it shows the least promise so far?
Application of AI in the field of radiology covers different diagnostic or different tasks. If we begin with diagnosis for diagnostic tasks, there's two different types of AI models. There are those AI models which have been trained using robust gold standard information, such as histopathological examinations, such as blood tests, DEXA scans, and so forth. So for those models, the AI models which are based on such tasks or such validation,
Um, they have a very high potential to impact practice greatly. And however, for those models which are based upon or trained based upon human labeling or expert labeling, there's a wide discrepancy in their accuracy and the robustness of their methodology. So regardless, if they are applied for screening tests and for tasks which will reduce the time required for tasks, they have very high potential and they prove to be very useful. However, for the first kind, if we are to apply them to treatment of individual patients, the first kind of AI model does have the potential to be very useful, like for example, AI algorithms for prediction of breast cancer, because they were based on histologic diagnosis of the lesions. But for the other kind, which are based on human labeling, although there has been a lot of hype in the market with so many commercial products out there, they really haven't shown much promise. And what's interesting is that in 2023, I read 2 systematic reviews which actually reviewed the performance of tens of products in the market, AI models, and they assessed what they claimed was their value-added proposition, and they researched whether they actually delivered on that claim, and they found that there was minimal evidence to support their claims. So this is in regards to treating individual patients. However, for screening and reducing the time, they've been shown to be very useful. There's one last field in radiology, which is dose optimization, which I just talked about. There's a lot of work on using AI to actually produce the images, because they claim that the images can be produced at better quality with lower doses. But again, that needs to be validated, and this is where our work comes in. So we're still not clear on that. It's still in the development phase. We can't really say.
If you allow me just to ask a follow-up question, Doctor, so do you think AI will replace radiologists in the future?
That's a claim that some people have been making, and many of my colleagues are fearing. But I really don't think that it will replace the radiologist, because like I said, when we're dealing with individual patients, AI models which are trained on labels by other experts, we're not going to depend on that. Whenever I have the information from the AI model, I'm not going to trust it. I'm going to do my own examination. So I do believe that it will reduce the numbers of radiologists, but it will not eliminate them.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Back to you, Dr. Huda. What are the major challenges or obstacles facing AI use in digital health in your professional opinion?
So I think the challenges could be divided to 3 levels: the level of people, technology, and the market. That's the level. So with people, the main challenge, and I think everybody is aware of this, which is the human resources, particularly trained workforce. We have a lot of course, initiatives to increase capability in this sector, because when we talk about medical AI, it's actually different. And here I actually do want to share a quick story. So for any entrepreneur, they have tried at least, let's say, one failing startup in their portfolio of startups. And so for us, we have experience back even when we were students, trying to start out an AI solution for cancer. It was either way, without going into details of what we're trying to do, it was we get to a level where AI engineers were working with us closely as let's say subject matter experts and domain knowledge, and we collaborated and we tried to create this first as a research project. Then we took it with the potential for commercialization. But what kept happening is that those team members were reaching a point and then dropping out of the project. They were AI specialists, but they couldn't get their head around the medical aspects of what we needed to happen. And so even the information that was spitting out to us first looked promising, and then it wasn't really matching what we were thinking in real life. But to them, it was amazing achievement, because programming-wise and numerically, everything seemed to have succeeded. But actually, it doesn't make sense for us as clinicians and scientists. And so this is a huge risk and challenge when we start getting some of these products out, is that medical AI somebody has to have the experience in this field, medicine and science, and at the same time is now getting trained in programming and AI. And we don't see this much. We don't see the bridging between the two. We see people specialize here or there, and cross-specialization is quite hard simply because it's quite intensive to be a scientist already. You don't have that time to put in to learn another field, which is like dry lab work. But here is again where everybody needs to work together to come up with programs that are tailored for this. Again, talking about private sector and public sector working together to bridge that skill gap and to try and create that workforce would go into those companies, so to serve their purpose for creating those products. So that's at the people level. Then at the technology level, of course, this is technological advancement, and the main important point here is the data curation. We have huge amount of data, that's what we've been talking about, but taking the time to create usable data for the AI models will always be the technical challenge, and sometimes those solutions that we have out there, again, will work only if that data is available, and so that stops it sometimes. And then the final one, we talked about the market, and here I'm not trying to say about marketing something that has been done, because always when you have an important problem to solve it, it's easy to market that solution once we come up with it. But the issue here is the fit from the beginning. Was the market waiting for this problem to be solved? Like the world is full of problems, we need to solve as many as possible of those. But when we talk about commercialization, there are things that people are waiting for, they want to buy it, or they want to invest in, and they want to see out there, and there are things that aren't urgently needed, right? So that is one thing. But this is actually a geographical issue. Sometimes something we want to see being solved in let's say the Middle East region is different to what we want to see or in another region or part of the world in Europe, what they want to be solved. So different geographical locations for those solutions to thrive. And again, that's one of the things that say that we also need to take care of, which is seeing where this solution is going to thrive best. It might not be the right system, but that's a challenge that is solvable if we look at it.
Absolutely. I totally agree with you, Doctor. And we can take this conversation for hours and hours. And I'm so happy to see passionate people like you and the respected doctor. So I'd like to thank you all. It was a pleasure having you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for that amazing panel. So as we reach the end of our symposium, we eagerly anticipate the closing remarks by Dr. Arij Al-Wabil, the esteemed director of the AI Center at Al Faisal University. Dr. Arij will provide valuable insight into the prospects of data science in healthcare. Join us for these concluding remarks.
Thank you very much, Leanne, and thank you all for joining us in this very fascinating program of speakers and guests and panelists. I just wanted to take one moment of reflection in the space at the intersection of health and technology, and thank everyone from panelists, speakers, and organizing committees for joining us and for contributing to the success of this program. As we are at a pivotal point and transitioning to the workshops, we will be recognizing our strategic partners, and towards that end, I will be inviting the Vice Dean of the College of Medicine, Dr. براء الغلاييني, to join us on stage لتكريم شركاء استراتيجيين. Now, before we transition to that, Dr. براء تفضلي on stage. We will be ending the broadcast, and with that, بدأنا باللغة العربية وحنختم باللغة العربية. I'll transition to Leanne as we prepare the certificates for our strategic partners. تفضلي.
السلام عليكم. الآن نختم البث ونود أن نعبر شكراً العميق لجميع الحضور والمشاركين، ونود أن نعبر عن امتناننا لدعمكم المستمر وتفانيكم في تعزيز قطاع الرعاية الصحية من خلال الذكاء الاصطناعي. بفضلكم وجهودكم المتواصلة نتقدم بخطة ثابتة نحو مستقبل صحة أفضل ومبتكر. والآن يسعدنا أن ننهي البث ونبدأ فقرة التكريم. خلاص؟